An Extraordinary Wedding by Edward Page Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Tommy Howell. An Extraordinary Wedding by Edward Page Mitchell. Professor Daniel Dean Moody of Edinburgh, a gentleman equally well known as a profound psychologist and as an honest and keen-eyed investigator of the phenomena sometimes called spiritualistic, visited this country not many months ago and was entertained in Boston by Dr. Thomas Fullerton at his delightful home on Mount Vernon Street. One evening when there were present in Dr. Fullerton's parlors, besides himself and his Scotch guest, Dr. Curtis of the Medical School of the Boston University, the Reverend Dr. Amos Cutler of the Lind Street Church, Mr. Magnus of West Newton, three ladies, and the writer, the conversation turned to subjects of an occult character. "There once lived in Aberdeen," said Professor Moody, "a medium named Jenny McGraw, of slender intellectuality, but of remarkable psychic strength. 200 years ago, you good people of Boston would have hanged Jenny for a witch. I have seen in her cottage materialization for which I could not and cannot account by any hypothesis of deception or of hallucination. I have seen forms come forth, not from any cabinet or trick closet, but extruded before my eyes from the person of Jenny herself, hanging nebulous in the air for a moment, and then slowly taking corporate shape. That there was no vulgar trick about this, I am willing to stake my scientific reputation. One night Plato himself, or an eidolon claiming to be Plato, emerged from Jenny McGraw's bosom and conversed with me for full 15 minutes upon the duality of the idea, the medium, in the meanwhile, remaining entranced." Dr. Fullerton exchanged a significant glance with his wife. Their guest intercepted it and said, "You don't believe me? No wonder." "Not that," rejoined Dr. Fullerton. "Your testimony as a scientific observer is worthy of all possible respect. But what became of Jenny McGraw?" "She was a dull, unsympathetic young woman, hardly to be classed as a rational being. So far from becoming interested in these wonderful manifestations exhibited through her organization, she was excessively annoyed by them, and I believe she finally left Scotland to escape the troublesome spirits and the still more troublesome mortals who flocked to her cottage and sadly interfered with her washing, ironing, and baking." "A Yankee girl," said Mr. Magnus, "would have turned such powers to account and have made her fortune." "Jenny McGraw," replied Professor Moody, "whom I believe to be the only medium in the world capable of producing materializations in the broad light and independently of her surroundings, was thrifty enough, like all Scotchwomen, but she hadn't the intelligence to recognize the opportunity. She was frequently advised to go before the public. Advice is wasted on the Scotch. I don't know where she is at present." Dr. Fullerton again glanced at his wife. Mrs. Fullerton rose and touched a bell. The door soon opened, and there appeared a lumpy, red-haired domestic, who curtsied awkwardly as she entered the room. "Did you ring, ma'am?" she asked. "Jenny," said Mrs. Fullerton, "here is an old friend of yours from Scotland." The girl showed no sign of surprise. Scarcely a shade of recognition passed over her stupid countenance as she walked sullenly up to the professor and sullenly took his extended hand. "I didna ken ye was come to America, Maister Moody," she said, and looked around as if she would be glad to escape the learned company. "Now, with your permission, Mrs. Fullerton," said the professor, looking over Jenny McGraw's shoulder toward his hostess, "we will ask the young woman if she will kindly assist us in an investigation which we purpose to make." Jenny looked up suspiciously and turned her small, dull eyes from her master to her mistress, and from her mistress to the door. "I'm not ower fond of sic investigating," she stolidly remarked. and it gives me a pain in the breast to bring out the old ghosts, as ye no doubt remember, Mr. Woody." For a long time the girl stubbornly refused to renew her relations with the mysterious yonder. I have forgotten what argument or plea it was that at last won her to a reluctant consent. I have not forgotten what followed. The room was as light as the full blaze of 5 gas jets could make it. Under this blaze, and surrounded by the partly amused, partly skeptical company, Jenny was seated in a Turkish easy-chair. She did not form an attractive picture, short, squat, sandy, freckled, and peevish-eyed as she was. "Good Lord," I whispered to a neighbor, "do glorified spirits choose such a channel as that when they wish to come back to us?" "Hush!" said Professor Moody. "The girl is passing into a trance." The swinish eyes opened and closed. A sluggish convulsion fluttered across the flabby cheeks. A sigh or two, a nervous twitching of her chair, breathing heavily. "Ineffectually simulated coma," whispered Dr. Curtis to me. "And not the work of an artist. This is a farce." For 15 or 20 minutes we sat in patience, the stillness broken only by the rough respiration of the girl. Then one or two of the party began to yawn, and the hostess, fearing that the experiment was becoming a bore, moved as if to break up the circle. But Professor Moody raised his hand in protest. But before he dropped it, he made a rapid gesture which directed all our eyes toward Jenny McGraw. Her head and bust seemed to be enveloped in a dim, thin film of opalescent vapor, which floated free about her, yet was fixed at one point, as a wreath of blue smoke hangs at the end of a good cigar. The point of attachment appeared to be in the neighborhood of Jenny's heart. She had stopped breathing loudly and was as pale as the dead, but her face was no whiter than that of Dr. Curtis. I felt his hand groping for mine. He found it and clutched it till it was numb. While we watched, the vapor that proceeded from Jenny's bosom grew in volume and became opaque. It was like a dark, well-defined cloud, floating before our eyes, here gathering itself in and extending itself there, till at last the shape was perfect. You have seen a dim, meaningless object under a lens gradually define itself as it was brought into focus and suddenly stand out clear and sharp. Or better, you have seen at a shadow pantomime a vague, amorphous cloudiness intensify and take shape as the person approached the screen, until it became a perfect silhouette. Now imagine the silhouette stepping forth into your presence, a solidified fact, and you get some idea of the marvelous transition by which this shadow from a world we know not of stepped forth into the midst of our little company. I looked across the room at the Reverend Dr. Cutler. He was clasping his forehead with both hands. I have never seen a more striking picture of mingled horror, terror, and perplexity. The newcomer was a man of 28 or 30, of fine features and dignified bearing. He made a courteous bow to the assemblage, but when he saw that Professor Moody was about to speak, put his finger to his lips and glanced back uneasily at the medium. I fancied that an expression of disgust stole over his handsome countenance when he perceived how unlovely was the gateway through which he had returned to earth. Nevertheless, he kept his eyes fixed upon Jenny McGraw's pallid face and folded his arms as if waiting. We were now thoroughly under the spell of this mysterious happening. With eager expectation, but without surprise, we saw again the phenomena of the cloud, the shadow, the concentration, and the presence. Slowly out of the white mist and nebulous shadow there took form the most beautiful woman that mortal eyes ever beheld. It was a woman, a living, breathing woman. Her magnificent lips slightly parted, her bosom rising and falling beneath a garment of wonderfully woven texture, her glorious black eyes shining upon us till our heads swam and our thoughts reeled. It would be easier to fathom the secret of her being than to describe the unearthly, beauty that startled and awed us. The first comer unfolded his arms, and with the tenderness of a lover and the deference due a queen, took the shapely white hand of the marvelous lady and led her forth to the middle of the room. She said no word, but suffered herself to be guided by his hand, and stood like an empress, scanning our faces and habiliments with a puzzled curiosity in which it was possible to detect the slightest trace of disdain. He spoke at last in a low voice. "Friends," he slowly said, "a great love carried one who was lately a mortal into the presence of a goddess. A greater good fortune befell him than his small sacrifices had earned. I cannot speak more plainly. Hear our entreaty and grant it without questioning. There is here a servant of the Church, duly qualified to pronounce the only words that can crown a love like mine. That love reached back over centuries to meet its object, and was sealed by a willing death. We come from another world to ask to be joined in wedlock, according to the forms of this world." Strange as it may seem, the preceding events had so attuned our consciousness to the spirit of the surroundings that we heard this extraordinary speech without amazement, and when Mr. Magnus of West Newton, who would preserve his cool matter-of-fact manner in the company of archangels, audibly whispered, "Eloped, by Jove, from the spirit land!" his words jarred harshly in our ears. The Reverend Dr. Amos Cutler displayed most strikingly the effect of the glamour that had been thrown over our 19th century common sense. That pious man rose from his chair with a dazed and helpless look in his face, and, like one walking in his sleep, advanced toward the couple. Raising his hand to command silence, he solemnly and deliberately asked the questions that, by usage of the Church, are preliminary to the marriage rite. The man responded in a clear, triumphant tone. The bride answered only by a slight inclination of her beautiful head. "Then," declared Dr. Cutler, "in the presence of these witnesses, I pronounce you man and wife, and God forgive me," he added, "for lending myself to the devil's works by the sacrilege of this act." One by one, we passed up to take the bridegroom's hand and salute the bride. His hand was like the hand of a marble statue, but a radiant smile brightened his face. At a whispered suggestion from him, she bent her regal head and allowed each one of us to kiss her cheek. It was soft and blood-warm. When Dr. Cutler saluted her, she smiled for the first time, and with a rapid, graceful movement detached from her black hair a great pearl and put it in his hand. He gazed at it a moment, and then, on a sudden impulse, flung it into the open grate. In the hot blaze, Dr. Cutler's wedding fee whitened, calcined, crumbled, and disappeared. Then the bridegroom led his wife back to the chair where the medium still sat entranced. He clasped her close in his arms, their melting forms interblended in shadowy vapor, and, fading slowly away, this newly married couple found their nuptial pillow in the bosom of Jenny McGraw. 2. One day after Professor Moody had left Boston, I went to the Athenaeum Library in search of certain facts and dates regarding the Franco-Prussian War. While turning over the leaves of a bound file of the London Daily News for 1871, my eyes happened to fall upon the following paragraph. "The Vienna Free Press says that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of July 12, a young man of good appearance shot himself through the heart in the east corridor of the Imperial Gallery. It was at the hour of closing the gallery, and the young man had been warned by an attendant that he must depart. He was standing motionless before Herr Hans Mackhart's fine picture of Cleopatra's Barge, and paid no heed to the admonition. When it was repeated more emphatically, he pointed in an absent manner to the painting, and having remarked, 'Is not that a woman worth dying for?' drew a pistol and fired with fatal effect. There is no clue to the suicide's individuality except that afforded at the Golden Lamb Hotel, where he was registered simply as Cotton. He had been in Vienna several weeks, had spent money freely, and had frequently been observed at the Imperial Gallery, always before this picture of Cleopatra. The unfortunate youth is believed to have been insane. I made a careful copy of this brief story and sent it, without comment, to the Reverend Dr. Cutler. A day or two later he returned it with a note. The events of that night at Dr. Fullerton's, he wrote, are to me as the events of a dimly remembered dream. Pardon me if I say that it will be a kindness to let me forget them altogether. End of an extraordinary wedding.
At Crichton Abbey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. At Crichton Abbey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. The Crichtons were very great people in that part of the country where my childhood and youth were spent. To speak of Squire Crichton was to speak of a power in that remote western region of England. Crichton Abbey had belonged to the family ever since the reign of Stephen, and there was a curious old wing and a cloistered quadrangle still remaining of the original edifice and in excellent preservation. The rooms at this end of the house were low and somewhat darksome and gloomy, it is true, but though rarely used, they were perfectly habitable, and were in service on great occasion when the abbey was crowded with guests. The central portion of the abbey had been rebuilt in the reign of Elizabeth, and was of noble and palatial proportions. The south wing and a long music-room with 8 tall narrow windows added on to it were as modern as the time of Anne. Altogether, the abbey was a very splendid mansion, and one of the chief glories of our county. All the land in Crichton parish, and for a long way beyond its boundaries, belonged to the great squire. The parish church was within the park walls, and the living in the squire's gift, not a very valuable benefice, but a useful thing, to bestow upon a younger son's younger son, once in a way, or sometimes on a tutor or dependent of the wealthy house. I was a Crichton, and my father, a distant cousin of the reigning squire, had been rector of Crichton parish. His death left me utterly unprovided for, and I was fain to go out into the bleak unknown world and earn my living in a position of dependence, a dreadful thing for a Crichton to be obliged to do. Out of respect for the traditions and prejudices of my race, I made it my business to seek employment abroad, where the degradation of one solitary Crichton was not so likely to inflict shame upon the ancient house to which I belonged. Happily for myself, I had been carefully educated, and had industriously cultivated the usual modern accomplishments in the calm retirement of the vicarage. I was so fortunate as to obtain a situation at Vienna, in a German family of high rank, and here I remained 7 years, laying aside year by year a considerable portion of my liberal salary. When my pupils had grown up, my kind mistress procured me a still more profitable position at St. Petersburg, where I remained for 5 more years, at the end of which time I yielded to a yearning that had been long growing upon me, an ardent desire to see my dear old country home once more. I had no very near relations in England. My mother had died some years before my father. My only brother was far away in the Indian civil service. Sister I had none. But I was a Crichton, and I loved the soil from which I had sprung. I was sure, moreover, of a warm welcome from friends who had loved and honoured my father and mother, and I was still further encouraged to treat myself to this holiday by the very cordial letters I had from time to time received from the squire's wife, a noble, warm-hearted woman who fully approved the independent course I had taken, and who had ever shown herself my friend. In all her letters for some time past, Mrs. Crichton begged that, whenever I felt myself justified in coming home, I would pay a long visit to the abbey. "I wish you could come at Christmas," she wrote in the autumn of the year of which I am speaking. "We shall be very gay, and I expect all kinds of pleasant people at the abbey. Edward is to be married early in the spring, much to his father's satisfaction, for the match is good and appropriate one. His fiancée is to be among our guests. She is a very beautiful girl. Perhaps I should say handsome rather than beautiful. Julia Tremaine, one of the Tremaines of Old Cote near Hazewell, a very old family, as I dare say you remember. She has several brothers and sisters, and will have little, perhaps nothing, from her father. But she has a considerable fortune left her by an aunt, and is thought quite an heiress in the county. Not, of course, that this latter fact had any influence with Edward. He fell in love with her at an assize ball in his usual impulsive fashion, and proposed to her in something less than a fortnight. It is, I hope and believe, a thorough love-match on both sides. After this followed a cordial repetition of the invitation to myself. I was to go straight to the Abbey when I went to England, and was to take up my abode there as long as ever I pleased. The letter decided me. The wish to look on the dear scenes of my happy childhood had grown almost into a pain. I was free to take a holiday without detriment to my prospects, so early in December, regardless of the bleak, dreary weather, I turned my face homewards, and made the long journey from St. Petersburg to London under the kind escort of Major Manson, a Queen's messenger, who was a friend of my late employer, the Baron Freuchdorf, and whose courtesy had been enlisted for me by that gentleman. I was 33 years of age. Youth was quite gone. Beauty I had never possessed, and I was content to think of myself as a confirmed old maid, a quiet spectator of life's great drama, disturbed by no feverish desire for an active part in the play. I had a disposition to which the kind of passive existence is easy. There was no wasting fire in my veins. Simple duties, rare and simple pleasures, filled up my sum of life. The dear ones who had given a special charm and brightness to my existence were gone. Nothing could recall them, and without them actual happiness seemed impossible to me. Everything had a subdued and neutral tint. Life at its best was calm and colourless, like a grey sunless day in early autumn, serene but joyless. The old Abbey was in its glory when I arrived there at about 9 o'clock on a clear, starlit night. A light frost whitened the broad sweep of grass that stretched away from the long stone terrace in front of the house to a semicircle of grand old oaks and beeches. From the music-room at the end of the southern wing to the heavily framed Gothic windows of the old room on the north there shone one blaze of light. The scene reminded me of some weird palace in a German legend, and I half expected to see the lights fade out all in a moment, and the long stone façade wrapped in sudden darkness. The old butler, whom I remembered from my very infancy, and who did not seem to have grown a day older during my 12 years' exile, came out of the dining-room as the footman opened the hall door for me, and gave me cordial welcome, nay, insisted upon helping to bring my portmanteau with his own hands, an act of unusual condescension, the full force of which was felt by his subordinates. "It's a real treat to see your pleasant face once more, Miss Sarah," said this faithful retainer, as he assisted me to take off my travelling cloak and took my dressing-bag from my hand. "You look a trifle older than when you used to live at the vicarage 12 years ago, but you're looking uncommon well for all that, and Lord love your heart, miss, how pleased they all will be to see you. Mrs. told me with her own lips about your coming. You'd like to take off your bonnet before you go to the drawing-room, I dare say. The house is full of company. Call Mrs. Marjoram, James, will you?" The footman disappeared into the back region, and presently reappeared with Mrs. Marjoram, a portly dame, who, like Truefold the butler, had been a fixture at the Abbey in time of the present squire's father. From her I received the same cordial greeting, and by her I was led off up the staircases and along corridor, till I wondered where I was being taken. We arrived at last at a very comfortable room, a square tapestried chamber with a low ceiling supported by a great oaken beam. The room looked cheery enough, with a bright fire roaring in the wide chimney, but it had a somewhat ancient aspect, which the superstitiously inclined might have associated with possible ghosts. I was fortunately of a matter-of-fact disposition, utterly sceptical upon the ghost subject, and the old-fashioned appearance of the room took my fancy. "We are in King Stephen's Wing, are we not, Mrs. Marjoram?" I asked. "This room seems quite strange to me. I doubt if I have ever been in it before." "Very likely not, miss. Yes, this is the old wing. Your window looks out into the old stable-yard, where the kennel used to be in the time of your squire's grandfather. when the Abbey was even a finer place than it is now, I've heard say. We are so full of company this winter, you see, miss, that we are obliged to make use of all these rooms. You'll have no need to feel lonesome. There's Captain and Mrs. Cramwick in the next room to this, and the two Miss Newports in the blue room opposite. My dear good Marjoram, I like my quarters excessively, and I quite enjoy the idea of sleeping in a room that was extant at the time of Stephen, when the Abbey really was an abbey. I dare say some grave old monk had worn these boards with his devout knees." The old woman stared dubiously, with the air of a person who had small sympathy with monkish times, and begged to be excused for leaving me. She had so much on her hands just now. There was coffee to be sent in, and she doubted if the still-room maid would manage matters properly if she and Mrs. Marjoram were not at hand to see that things were right. "You've only to ring your bell, miss, and Susan will attend to you. She's used to help waiting on our young ladies sometimes, and she's very handy. Mrs. has given particular orders that she should always be at your service." "Mrs. Crichton is very kind, I assure you, Marjoram. I don't require the help of a maid once in a month. I'm accustomed to do everything for myself. There, run along, Mrs. Marjoram, and see after your coffee, and I'll be down in the drawing-room in 10 minutes. Are there many people there, by the by?" "A good many. There's Miss Tremaine, and her mamma and young sister. Of course you've heard all about the marriage. Such a handsome young lady. Rather too proud for my liking. But the Tremaines were always a proud family, and this one's an heiress. Mr. Edward is so fond of her. Thinks the ground is scarcely good enough for her to walk upon, I do believe. And somehow I can't help wishing he'd chosen someone else, someone who could have thought more of him, and who would not take all his attention in such a cool off-hand way. But of course it isn't my business to say such things, and I wouldn't venture upon it to any one but you, Miss Sarah." She told me that I would find dinner ready for me in the breakfast-room, and then bustled off, leaving me to my toilet. This ceremony I performed as rapidly as I could, admiring the perfect comfort of my chamber as I dressed. Every modern appliance had been added to the sombre and ponderous furniture of an age gone by, and the combination produced a very pleasant effect. Perfume bottles of ruby-coloured Bohemian glass, china brush trays and ring-stands brightened the massive oak dressing-table. A low, luxurious, chintz-covered easy-chair of the Victorian era stood before the hearth. A dear little writing-table of polished maple was placed conveniently near it, and in the background the tapestried walls loomed duskily, as they had once done hundreds of years before my time. I had no leisure for dreamy musings on the past, however provocative though the chamber might be of such thoughts. I arranged my hair in its usual simple fashion, and put on a dark grey silk dress trimmed with some fine old black lace that had been given to me by the Baroness, an unobtrusive demi-toilette adapted to any occasion. I tied a massive gold cross, an ornament that had belonged to my dear mother, round my neck with a scarlet ribbon, and my costume was complete. One glance at the looking-glass convinced me that there was nothing dowdy in my appearance, and then I hurried along the corridor and down the staircase to the hall, where Truefol received me and conducted me to the breakfast-room, in which an excellent dinner awaited me. I did not waste much time over this repast, although I had eaten nothing all day, for I was anxious to make my way to the drawing-room. Just as I had finished, the door opened, and Mrs. Crichton sailed in, looking superb in a dark green velvet dress richly trimmed with old point lace. She had been a beauty in her youth, and as a matron was still remarkably handsome. She had, above all, a charm of expression which to me was rarer and more delightful than her beauty of feature and complexion. She put her arms around me and kissed me affectionately. "I have only this moment been told of your arrival, my dear Sarah," she said, "and I find you have been in the house half an hour. What must you have thought of me?" "What can I think of you, except that you are all goodness, my dear Fanny? I did not expect you to leave your guests to receive me, and I am really sorry that you have done so. I need no ceremony to convince me of your kindness." "But, my dear child, it is not a question of ceremony. I have been looking forward so anxiously to your coming, and I should not have liked to see you for the first time before all those people. Give me another kiss, that's darling. Welcome to Crichton. Remember, Sarah, this house is always to be your home whenever you have need of one." "My dear kind cousin, and you are not ashamed of me, who have eaten the bread of strangers?" "Ashamed of you? No, my love. I admire your industry and spirit. And now come to the drawing-room. The girls will be so pleased to see you." And I to see them. They were quite little things when I went away, romping in the hay-fields in their short white frocks, and now I suppose they are handsome young women. They are very nice looking, not as handsome as their brother. Edward is really a magnificent young man. I do not think my maternal pride is guilty of any gross exaggeration when I say that. And Miss Tremaine, I said. I am very curious to see her. I fancied a faint shadow come over my cousin's face as I mentioned this name. Miss Tremaine, yes, you cannot fail to admire her, she said, rather thoughtfully. She drew my hand through her arm and led me to the drawing-room, a very large room with a fireplace at each end, brilliantly lighted to-night, and containing about 20 people scattered about in little groups, and all seeming to be talking and laughing merrily. Mrs. Crichton took me straight to one of the fireplaces, beside which 2 girls were sitting on a low sofa, while a young man of something more than 6 feet stood near them, with his arm resting on the broad marble slab of the mantelpiece. A glance told me that this young man with the dark eyes and crisp waving brown hair was Edward Crichton. His likeness to his mother was in itself enough to tell me who he was, but I remembered the boyish face and bright eyes which had so often looked up to mine in the days when the heir of the Abbey was one of the most juvenile scholars at Eton. The lady seated nearest Edward Crichton attracted my chief attention, for I felt sure that this lady was Miss Tremaine. She was tall and slim, and carried her head and neck with a stately air, which struck me more than anything in that first glance. Yes, she was handsome, undeniably handsome, and my cousin had been right when she said I could not fail to admire her. But to me the dazzlingly fair face with its perfect features, the marked aquiline nose, the sharp upper lip expressive of unmitigated pride, the full cold blue eyes, pencilled brows, and an aureole of pale gold hair, was the very reverse of sympathetic. That Miss Tremaine must needs be universally admired it was impossible to doubt, but I could not understand how any man could fall in love with such a woman. She was dressed in white muslin, and her only ornament was a superb diamond locket, heart-shaped, tied around her long white throat with a broad black ribbon. Her hair, of which she seemed to have a great quantity, was arranged in a massive coronet of plaits, which surmounted the small head as proudly as an imperial crown. To this young lady Mrs. Crichton introduced me. "I have another cousin to present to you, Julia," she said, smiling. "Miss Sarah Crichton, just arrived from St. Petersburg." "From St. Petersburg? What an awful journey! How do you do, Miss Crichton? It was really very courageous of you to come so far. Did you travel alone?" "No, I had a companion as far as London, and a very kind one. I came on to the Abbey by myself." The young lady had given me her hand, with rather a languid air, I thought. I saw the cold blue eyes surveying me curiously from head to foot, and it seemed to me as if I could read the condemnatory summing up, "A frump and a poor relation," in Miss Tremaine's face. I had not much time to think about her just now, for Edward Crichton suddenly seized both my hands, and gave me so hearty and loving a welcome that he almost brought the tears up from my heart into my eyes. 2 pretty girls in blue crape came running forward from different parts of the room and gaily saluted me as Cousin Sarah, and the 3 surrounded me in a little cluster and assailed me with a string of questions. Whether I had remembered this, and whether I had forgotten that, the battle in the hayfield, the charity school tea party in the vicarage orchard, our picnics in Horsley Combe, our botanical and entomological excursions in Shorewell Common, and all the simple pleasures of their childhood and my youth. While this catechism was going on, Miss Tremaine watched us with a disdainful expression, which she evidently did not care to hide. "I should not have thought you capable of such Arcadian simplicity, Mr. Crichton," she said at last. "Pray continue your recollections. These juvenile experiences are most interesting." "I don't expect you to be interested in them, Julia," Edward answered, with a tone that sounded rather too bitter for a lover. "I know what a contempt you have for trifling rustic pleasures. Were you ever a child yourself, I wonder, by the way? I don't believe you ever ran after a butterfly in your life." Her speech put an end to our talk of the past somehow. I saw that Edward was vexed, and that all the pleasant memories of his boyhood had fled before that cold, scornful face. A young lady in pink, who had been sitting next Julia Tremaine, vacated the sofa, and Edward slipped into her place, and devoted himself for the rest of the evening to his betrothed. I glanced at his bright expressive face now and then as he talked to her, and could not help wondering what charm he could discover in one who seemed to me so unworthy of him. It was midnight when I went back to my room in the north wing, thoroughly happy in the cordial welcome that had been given me. I rose early next morning, for early rising had long been habitual to me, and drawing back the damask curtain that sheltered my window, looked out at the scene below. I saw a stable yard, a spacious quadrangle surrounded by the closed doors of stables and dog kennels, low massive buildings of grey stone, with the ivy creeping over them here and there, and with an ancient moss-grown look that gave them a weird kind of interest in my eyes. This range of stabling must have been disused for a long time, I fancied. The stables now in use were a pile of handsome red-brick buildings at the other extremity of the house, to the rear of the music-room, and forming a striking feature in the back view of the abbey. I had often heard how the present squire's grandfather had kept a pack of hounds, which had been sold immediately after his death, and I knew that my cousin, the present Mr. Crichton, had been more than once requested to follow his ancestor's good example, for there were no hounds now within 20 miles of the abbey, though it was a fine country for fox-hunting. George Crichton, however, the reigning lord of the abbey, was not a hunting man. He had indeed a secret horror of the sport, for more than one scion of the house had perished untimely in the hunting field. The family had not been altogether a lucky one, in spite of its wealth and prosperity. It was not often that the goodly heritage had descended to the eldest son. Death in some form or other on too many occasions, a violent death, had come between the heir and his inheritance. And when I pondered on the dark pages in the story of the house, I used to wonder whether my cousin Fanny was ever troubled by morbid forebodings about her only and fondly loved son. Was there a ghost at Crichton, that spectral visitant without which the state and splendour of a grand old house seemed scarcely complete? Yes, I had heard of vague hints of some shadowy presence that had been seen on rare occasions within the precincts of the abbey, but I had never been able to ascertain what shape it bore. Those whom I questioned were prompt to assure me that they had seen nothing. They had heard stories of the past, foolish legends most likely not worth listening to. Once, when I had spoken of the subject to my cousin George, he told me angrily never again to let him hear any allusion to that folly from my lips. That December passed merrily. The old house was full of really pleasant people, and the brief winter days were spent in one unbroken round of amusement and gaiety. To me the old familiar English country house life was a perpetual delight, to feel myself amongst kindred and unceasing pleasure. I could not have believed myself capable of being so completely happy. I saw a great deal of my cousin Edward, and I think he contrived to make Miss Tremaine understand that, to please him, she must be gracious to me. She certainly took some pains to make herself agreeable to me, and I discovered that, in spite of that proud disdainful temper, which she so rarely took the trouble to conceal, she was really anxious to gratify her lover. Their courtship was not altogether a halcyon period. They had frequent quarrels, the details of which Edward's sisters, Sophie and Agnes, delighted to discuss with me. It was a struggle of two proud spirits for mastery. But my cousin Edward's pride was of a nobler kind, the lofty scorn of all things mean, a pride that does not ill become a generous nature. To me he seemed all that was admirable, and I was never tired of hearing his mother praise him. I think my cousin Fanny knew this, and that she used to confide in me as fully as if I had been her sister. "I dare say you can see I'm not quite so fond as I should be of Julia Tremaine," she said to me one day. "But I am very glad that my son is going to marry. Husbands has not been a fortunate family, you know, Sarah. The eldest sons have been wild and unlucky for generations past, and when Edward was a boy, I used to have many a bitter hour, dreading what the future might bring forth. Thank God he has been, and is, all that I can wish. He has never given me an hour's anxiety by any act of his. Yet I am not the less glad of his marriage. The heirs of Crichton who have come to an untimely end have all died unmarried. There was Hugh Crichton in the reign of George II, who was killed in a duel. John, who broke his back in the hunting field 30 years later. Theodore, shot accidentally by a schoolfellow at Eton. Jasper, whose yacht went down in the Mediterranean 40 years ago. An awful list, is it not, Sarah? I shall feel as if my son were safer somehow when he is married. It will seem as if he has escaped the ban that has fallen on so many of our house. He will have greater reason to be careful of his life when he is a married man." I agreed with Mrs. Crichton, but could not help wishing that Edward had chosen any other woman than the cold, handsome Julia. I could not fancy his future life happy with such a mate. Christmas came by and by, a real old English Christmas, frost and snow without, warmth and revelry within. Skating on the great pond in the park and sledging on the ice-bound high roads by day, private theatricals, charades, and amateur concerts by night, I was surprised to find that Miss Tremaine refused to take any active part in these evening amusements. She preferred to sit among the elders as a spectator, and had the air and bearing of a princess whose diversion, for all our entertainment, had been planned. She seemed to think that she fulfilled her mission by sitting still and looking handsome. No desire to show off appeared to enter her mind. Her intense pride left no room for vanity. Yet I knew that she could have distinguished herself as a musician if she had chosen to do so, for I had heard her sing and play in Mrs. Crichton's morning room, when only Edward, his sisters, and myself were present, and I knew that both as a vocalist and a pianist she excelled all our guests. The two girls and I had many a happy morning and afternoon, going from cottage to cottage in a pony carriage laden with Mrs. Crichton's gift to the poor of her parish. There was no public formal distribution of blanketing and coals, but the wants of all were amply provided for in a quiet, friendly way. Agnes and Sophie, aided by an indefatigable maid, the rector's daughter, and one or two other young ladies, had been at work for the last 3 months, making smart warm frocks and useful undergarments for the children of the cottagers, so that on Christmas morning every child in the parish was arrayed in a complete new set of garments. Mrs. Crichton had an admirable faculty of knowing precisely what was most wanted in every household, and our pony carriage used to convey a varied collection of goods, every parcel directed in the firm free hand of the chatelaine of the abbey. Edward used sometimes to drive us on these expeditions, and I found that he was eminently popular among the poor of Crichton parish. He had such an airy, pleasant way of talking to them, a manner which set them at their ease at once. He never forgot their names or relationships, or wants or ailments, had a packet of exactly the kind of tobacco each man liked best always ready in his coat pockets, and was full of jokes, which may not have been particularly witty, but which used to make the small low-roofed chambers ring with hearty laughter. Miss Tremaine coolly declined any share in these pleasant duties. "I don't like poor people," she said. "I dare say it sounds very dreadful, but it's just as well to confess my iniquity at once. I never can get on with them, or they with me. I'm not a simpatica, I suppose, and then I cannot endure their stifling rooms. The close faint odour of their houses gives me a fever. And again, what is the use of visiting them? It is only an inducement to them to become hypocrites. Surely it is better to arrange on a sheet of paper what it is just and fair for them to have. Blankets and coals and groceries and money and wine, and so on, and let them receive the things from some trustworthy servant. In that case there need be no cringing on one side and no endurance on the other." "But you see, Julia, there are some kinds of people to whom that sort of thing is not a question of endurance," Edward answered, his face flushing indignantly. "People who like to share in the pleasure they give, who like to see the poor careworn faces light up with sudden joy, who like to make the sons of the soil feel that there is some friendly link between themselves and their masters, some point of union between the cottage and the great house. There is my mother, for instance. All these duties which you think so tiresome are to her an unfailing delight. There will be a change, I'm afraid, Julia, when you are mistress of the abbey." "You have not made me that yet," she answered, "and there is plenty of time for you to change your mind if you do not think me suited for the position. I do not pretend to like your mother. It is better that I should not affect any feminine virtues which I do not possess." After this Edward insisted on driving our pony carriage almost every day, leaving Miss Tremaine to find her own amusement, and I think this conversation was the beginning of an estrangement between them, which became more serious than any of their previous quarrels had been. Miss Tremaine did not care for sledging or skating or billiard playing. She had none of the fast tendencies which have become so common lately. She used to sit in one particular bow window of the drawing-room all the morning, working a screen in Berlin wool and beads, assisted and attended by her younger sister Laura, who was a kind of slave to her, a very colourless young lady in mind, capable of no such thing as an original opinion, and in person a pale replica of her sister. Had there been less company in the house, the breach between Edward Crichton and his betrothed must have been notorious. But with a house so full of people, all bent on enjoying themselves, I doubt if it was noticed. On all public occasions my cousin showed himself attentive and apparently devoted to Miss Tremaine. It was only I and his sisters who knew the real state of affairs. I was surprised, after the young lady's total repudiation of all benevolent sentiments, when she beckoned me aside one morning and slipped a little purse of gold, 20 sovereigns, into my hand. "I shall be very much obliged if you will distribute that among your cottagers to-day, Miss Crichton," she said. "Of course I should like to give them something. It's only the trouble of talking to them that I shrink from, and you are just the person for an almoner. Don't mention my little commission to anyone, please." "Of course I may tell Edward," I said, for I was anxious that he should know his betrothed was not as hard-hearted as she appeared. "To him least of all," she answered eagerly. "You know that our ideas vary on that point. He would think I gave money to please him. Not a word, pray, Miss Crichton." I submitted and distributed my sovereigns quietly, with the most careful exercise of my judgment. So Christmas came and passed. It was the day after the great anniversary, a very quiet day for the guests and family at the Abbey, but a grand occasion for the servants, who were to have their annual ball in the evening, a ball to which all the humbler class of tenantry were invited. The frost had broken up suddenly, and it was a thorough wet day, a depressing kind of day for any one whose spirits are liable to be affected by the weather, as mine are. I felt out of spirits for the first time since my arrival at the Abbey. No one else appeared to feel the same influence. The elder ladies sat in a wide semicircle round one of the fireplaces in the drawing-room. A group of merry girls and dashing young men chatted gaily before the other. From the billiard-room there came the frequent clash of balls and the cheery peals of stentorian laughter. I sat in one of the deep windows, half hidden by the curtains, reading a novel, one of a boxful that came from town every month. If the picture within was bright and cheerful, the prospect was dreary enough without. The fairy forest of snow-wreathed trees, the wide valleys and undulating banks of snow had vanished, and the rain dripped slowly and sullenly upon a darksome expanse of sodden grass, and a dismal background of leafless timber. The merry sound of the sledge bells no longer enlivened the air. All was silence and gloom. Edward Crichton was not amongst the billiard players. He was pacing the drawing-room to and fro from end to end with an air that was at once moody and restless. "Thank heaven, the frost has broken up at last," he exclaimed, stopping in front of the window where I sat. He had spoken to himself, quite unaware of my close neighbourhood. Unpromising as his aspect was just then, I ventured to accost him. "What bad taste to prefer such weather as this to frost and snow," I answered. "The park looked enchanting yesterday, a real scene from fairyland, and only look at it today." "Oh yes, of course, from an artistic point of view the snow was better. The place does look something like the great dismal swamp today. But I'm thinking of hunting, and that confounded frost made a day's sport impossible. We are in for a spell of mild weather now, I think." "But you are not going to hunt, are you, Edward?" "Indeed I am, my gentle cousin, in spite of that frightened look in your amiable countenance." "I thought there were no hounds hereabouts." "Nor are there, but there is as fine a pack as any in the country, the Daleborough hounds, 25 miles away." "And you are going 25 miles for the sake of a day's run?" "I would travel 40, 50, 100 miles for that same diversion. But I am not going for a single day this time. I am going over to St. Francis Wycherley's place. Young Frank Wycherley and I were sworn chums at Christchurch for 3 or 4 days. I am due to-day, but I scarcely care to travel by cross-country in such rain as this. However, if the floodgates of the sky are loosened for a new deluge, I must go to-morrow." "What a headstrong young man!" I exclaimed. "And what will Miss Tremaine say to this desertion?" I asked in a lower voice. "Miss Tremaine can say whatever she pleases. She had it in her power to make me forget the pleasures of the chase, if she had chosen, though we had been in the heart of the shires, and the welkin ringing with the baying of hounds." "Oh, I begin to understand. This hunting engagement is not of long standing." "No. I began to find myself bored here a few days ago, and wrote to Frank to offer myself for 2 or 3 days at Wycherley. I received a most cordial answer by return, and am booked till the end of this week." "You have not forgotten the ball on the 1st?" "Oh no, to do that would be to vex my mother, and to offer a slight to our guests. I shall be here for the 1st, come what may." "Come what may," so lightly spoken. The time came when I had bitter occasion to remember those words. "I am afraid you will vex your mother by going at all," I said. "You know what a horror both she and your father have of hunting." "A most uncountry gentleman-like aversion to my father's part. But he is a dear old bookworm, seldom happy out of his library. Yes, I admit they both have a dislike to hunting in the abstract, but they know I am a pretty good rider, and that it would need a bigger country than I shall find about Vikerly to floor me. You need not feel nervous, my dear Sarah. I am not going to give papa and mamma the smallest ground for uneasiness." "You will take your own horses, I suppose?" "That goes without saying. No man who has cattle of his own cares to mount another man's horses. I shall take Pepperbox and the Druid." "Pepperbox has a queer temper. I have heard your sisters say." "My sisters expect a horse to be a kind of overgrown bar lamb. Everything splendid in horse-flesh and womankind is prone to that slight defect, an ugly temper. There is Miss Tremaine, for instance." "I shall take Miss Tremaine's part. I believe it is you who are in the wrong in the matter of this estrangement, Edward." "Do you? Well, wrong or right, my cousin, until the fair Julia comes to me with sweet looks and gentle words, we can never be what we have been." "You will return from your hunting expedition in a softer mood," I answered. "That is to say, if you persist in going. But I hope and believe you will change your mind." "Such a thing is not within the limits of possibility, Sarah. I am fixed as fate." He strolled away, humming some gay hunting song as he went. I was alone with Mrs. Crichton later in the afternoon, and she spoke to me about this intended visit to Vikerly. "Edward has set his heart upon it evidently," she said regretfully, "and his father and I have always made a point of avoiding anything that could seem like domestic tyranny. Our dear boy is such a good son that it would be very hard if we came between him and his pleasures. You know what a morbid horror my husband has of the dangers of the hunting field, and perhaps I am almost as weak-minded. But in spite of this we have never interfered with Edward's enjoyment of a sport which he is passionately fond of, and hitherto, thank God, he has escaped without a scratch. Yet I have had many a bitter hour, I can assure you, my dear, when my son has been away in Leicestershire hunting 4 days a week. He rides well, I suppose?" "Superbly. He has a great reputation among the sportsmen of our neighbourhood. I dare say when he is master of the Abbey, he will start a pack of hounds and revive the old days of his great-grandfather, Meredith Crichton. I fancy the hounds were kennelled in the stable-yard below my bedroom window in those days, were they not, Fanny?" "Yes," Mrs. Crichton answered gravely, and I wondered at the sudden shadow that fell upon her face. I went up to my room earlier than usual that afternoon, and I had a clear hour to spare before it would be time to dress for the 7 o'clock dinner. This leisure hour I intended to devote to letter-writing, but on arriving in my room I found myself in a very idle frame of mind, and instead of opening my desk I seated myself in the low easy-chair before the fire and fell into a reverie. How long I had been sitting there I scarcely know. I had been half meditating, half dozing, mixing broken snatches of thought with brief glimpses of dreaming, when I was startled into wakefulness by a sound that was strange to me. It was a huntsman's horn, a few low plaintive notes on a huntsman's horn, notes which had a strange far-away sound that was more unearthly than anything my ears had ever heard. I thought of the music in Der Freitskutz, but the weirdest snatch of melody Weber ever wrote had not so ghastly a sound as these few simple notes conveyed to my ear. I stood transfixed, listening to that awful music. It had grown dusk. My fire was almost out, in the room in shadow. As I listened, a light flashed suddenly on the wall before me. The light was as unearthly as the sound, a light that never shone from earth or sky. I ran to the window, for this ghastly shimmer flashed through the window upon the opposite wall. The great gates of the stable-yard were open, and men in scarlet coats were riding in, a pack of hounds crowding in before them, obedient to the huntsman's whip. The whole scene was dimly visible by the declining light of the winter evening, and the weird gleams of a lantern carried by one of them. It was this lantern which had shone upon the tapestried wall. I saw the stable doors open, one after another, gentlemen and grooms alighting from their horses, the dogs driven into their kennel, the helpers hurrying to and fro, and that strange wan lantern light glimmering here and there in the gathering dusk. But there was no sound of horses' hoof or human voices, not one yelp or cry from the hounds. Since those faint far-away sounds of the horn had died out in the distance, the ghastly silence had been unbroken. I stood at my window quite calmly and watched while the group of men and animals in the yard below noiselessly dispersed. There was nothing supernatural in the manner of their disappearance. The figures did not vanish or melt into empty air. One by one I saw the horses led into their separate quarters. One by one the redcoats strolled out of the gates, and the grooms departed, some one way, some another. The scene, but for its noiselessness, was natural enough. and I had been a stranger in the house, I might have fancied that those figures were real, those stables in full occupation. But I knew that the stable yard and all its range of building to have been disused for more than half a century. Could I believe that, without an hour's warning, the long deserted quadrangle could be filled, the empty stalls tenanted? Had some hunting party from the neighbourhood sought shelter here, glad to escape the pitiless rain? That was not possible, I thought. I was an utter unbeliever in all ghostly things, ready to credit any possibility rather than suppose that I had been looking upon shadows. And yet the noiselessness, the awful sound of that horn, the strange unearthly gleam of that lantern, little superstitious as I might be, a cold sweat stood out upon my forehead, and I trembled in every limb. For some minutes I stood by the window, statue-like, staring blankly into the empty quadrangle. Then I roused myself suddenly and ran softly downstairs by a back staircase leading to the servants' quarters, determined to solve the mystery somehow or other. The way to Mrs. Marjorime's rooms was familiar to me from old experience, and it was thither that I bent my steps, determined to ask the housekeeper the meaning of what I had seen. I had a lurking conviction that it would be well for me not to mention that scene to any member of the family till I had taken counsel with someone who knew the secrets of Crichton Abbey. I heard the sound of merry voices and laughter as I passed the kitchen and servants' hall. Men and maids were all busy in the pleasant labour of decorating their rooms for the evening's festival. They were puffing the last touches to garlands of holly and laurel, ivy and fir, as I passed the open doors, and in both rooms I saw tables laid for a substantial tea. The housekeeper's room was in a retired nook at the end of a long passage, a charming old room, panelled with dark oak and full of capricious cupboards, which in my childhood I had looked upon as storehouses of inexhaustible treasures in way of preserves and other confectionery. It was a shady old room, with a wide old-fashioned fireplace, cool in summer, when the hearth was adorned with a great jar of roses and lavender, and warm in winter, when the logs burned merrily all day long. I opened the door softly and went in. Mrs. Marjoram was dozing in a high-backed armchair by the glowing hearth, dressed in a state gown of grey-watered silk, and with a cap that was a perfect garden of roses. She opened her eyes as I approached her, and stared at me with a puzzled look for the first moment or so. "Why, is that you, Miss Sarah?" she exclaimed, "and looking as pale as a ghost? I can see even by this firelight. Just let me light a candle, and then I'll get you some sal volatile. Sit down in my armchair, miss. Why, I declare you're all of a tremble." She put me into her easy-chair before I could resist, and lighted 2 candles which stood ready upon her table while I was trying to speak. My lips were dry, and it seemed at first as if my voice was gone. "Never mind the sal volatile, Marjoram," I said at last. "I'm not ill. I've been startled, that's all, and I've come to ask you for an explanation of the business that frightened me." "What business, Miss Sarah?" "You must have heard something of it yourself, surely. Didn't you hear a horn just now, a huntsman's horn?" "A horn? Lord, no, Miss Sarah. Whatever could have put such a fancy into your head?" I saw that Mrs. Marjoram's ruddy cheeks had suddenly lost their colour, that she was now almost as pale as I could have been myself. "It was no fancy," I said. "I heard the sound and saw the people. A hunting party had just taken shelter in the north quadrangle, dogs and horses and gentlemen and servants." "What were they like, Miss Sarah?" the housekeeper said in a strange voice. "I can hardly tell you that. I could see that they wore red coats, and I could scarcely see more than that. Yes, I did get a glimpse of one of the gentlemen by the light of the lantern, a tall man with grey hair and whiskers, and a stoop in his shoulders. I noticed that he wore a short-waisted coat with a very high collar, a coat that looked 100 years old." "The old squire," muttered Mrs. Marjoram under her breath, and then turning to me she said with a cheery, resolute air, "You've been dreaming, Miss Sarah, that's just what it is. You've dropped off in your chair before the fire and had a dream, that's it." "No, Marjoram, it was no dream. The horn woke me, and I stood at my window and saw the dogs and huntsmen come in." "Do you know, Miss Sarah, that the gates of the north quadrangle have been locked and barred for the last 40 years, and that no one ever goes in there except through the house?" "The gates may have been opened this evening to give shelter to strangers," I said. "Not when the only keys that will open them hang yonder in my cupboard, miss," said the housekeeper, pointing to a corner of the room. "But I tell you, Marjoram, these people came into the quadrangle. The horses and dogs are in the stables and kennels at this moment. I'll go and ask Mr. Crichton, or my cousin Fanny, or Edward, all about it, since you won't tell me the truth." I said this with a purpose, and it answered. Mrs. Marjoram caught me eagerly by the wrist. "No, miss, don't do that, for pity's sake, don't do that. Don't breathe a word to Mrs. or Master." "But why not?" "Because you've seen that which always brings misfortune and sorrow to this house, Miss Sarah. You've seen the dead." "What do you mean?" I gasped, awed in spite of myself. "I dare say you've heard that there's been something seen at times at the Abbey, many years apart, thank God, for it never came that trouble didn't come after it." "Yes," I answered hurriedly, but I could never get anyone to tell me what it was that haunted this place. "No, miss, those that know have kept the secret, but you have seen it all tonight. There is no use in trying to hide it from you any longer. You have seen the old squire Meredith Crichton, whose eldest son was killed by a fall in the hunting field, brought home dead one December night. An hour after his father and the rest of the party had come safe home to the Abbey. The old gentleman had missed his son in the field, but had thought nothing of that, fancying that Master John had had enough of the day's sport, and had turned his horse's head homewards. He was found by a labouring man, poor lad, lying in a ditch with his back broken, and his horse beside him staked. The old squire never held his head up after that day, and never rode to hounds again, though he was passionately fond of hunting. Dogs and horses were sold, and the North Quadrangle has been empty from that day." "How long is it since this kind of thing has been seen?" "A long time, miss. I was a slip of a girl when it last happened. It was in the winter time, this very night, the night Squire Meredith's son was killed, and the house was full of company, just as it is now. There was a wild young Oxford gentleman sleeping in your room at that time, and he saw the hunting party come into the quadrangle. And what did he do but throw his window wide open and give them the view, hello, as loud as he ever could. He had only arrived the day before, and knew nothing about the neighbourhood. So at dinner he began to ask where were his friends the sportsmen, and he hoped he should be allowed to have a run with the Abbey hounds next day. It was in time of our master's father, and his lady at the head of the table turned as white as a sheet when she heard this talk. She had good reason, poor soul. Before the week was out her husband was lying dead. He was struck with a fit of apoplexy, and never spoke or knew any one afterwards." "An awful coincidence," I said, "but it may have been only a coincidence." "I've heard other stories, miss, heard them from those that couldn't deceive, all proving the same thing, that the appearance of the old squire and his pack is a warning of death to this house." "I cannot believe these things," I exclaimed. "I cannot believe them. Does Mr. Edward know anything about this?" "No, miss. His father and mother have been most careful that it should be kept from him." "I think he is too strong-minded to be much affected by the fact," I said. "And you will not say anything about what you've seen to my master or mistress, will you, Miss Sarah?" pleaded the faithful old servant. "The knowledge of it would be sure to make them nervous and unhappy. And if evil is to come upon this house, it isn't in human power to prevent its coming." "God forbid that there is any evil at hand," I answered. "I am no believer in visions or omens. After all, I would sooner fancy that I was dreaming with my eyes open as I stood at the window, than that I beheld the shadows of the dead." Mrs. Marjoram sighed and said nothing. I could see that she believed firmly in the phantom hunt. I went back to my room to dress for dinner. However rationally I might try to think of what I had seen, its effect upon my mind and nerves was not the less powerful. I could think of nothing else, and a strange morbid dread of coming misery weighted me down like an actual burden. There was a very cheerful party in the drawing-room when I went downstairs, and at dinner the talk and laughter were unceasing. But I could see that my cousin Fanny's face was a little graver than usual, and I had no doubt she was thinking of her son's intended visit to Wycherley. At the thought of this a sudden terror flashed upon me. How if the shadows I had seen that evening were ominous of danger to him, to Edward, the heir and the only son of the house? My heart grew cold as I thought of this, and yet in the next moment I despised myself for such weakness. "It is natural enough for an old servant to believe in such things," I said to myself, "but for me, an educated woman of the world, preposterous folly." And yet from that moment I began to puzzle myself in the endeavour to devise some means by which Edward's journey might be prevented. Of my own influence I knew that I was powerless to hinder his departure by so much as an hour, but I fancied that Julia Tremaine could persuade him to any sacrifice of his inclination, if she could only humble her pride so far as to entreat it. I determined to appeal to her in the course of the evening. We were very merry all that evening. The servants and their guests danced in the great hall, while we sat in the gallery above and in little groups upon the staircase watching their diversions. I think this arrangement afforded excellent opportunities for flirtation, and that the younger members of our party made good use of their chances, with one exception. Edward Crichton and his affianced contrived to keep far away from each other all the evening. While all was going on noisily in the hall below, I managed to get Miss Tremaine apart from the others in the embrasure of a painted window on the stairs, where there was a wide oaken seat. Seated here side by side, I described to her, under a promise of secrecy, the scene which I had witnessed that afternoon, and my conversation with Mrs. Marjoram. "But good gracious me, Miss Crichton!" the young lady exclaimed, lifting her pencilled eyebrows with unconcealed disdain. "You don't mean to tell me that you believe in such nonsense? Ghosts and omens and old woman's folly like that?" "I assure you, Miss Tremaine, it is most difficult for me to believe in the supernatural," I answered earnestly. "But that which I saw this evening was something more than human. The thought of it has made me very unhappy, and I cannot help connecting it somehow with my cousin Edward's visit to Wykerley. If I had the power to prevent his going, I would do it at any cost. But I have not. You alone have influence enough for that. For heaven's sake, use it. Do anything to hinder his hunting with the Daleborough hounds." "You would have me humiliate myself by asking him to forego his pleasure, and that after his conduct to me during the last week. I confess that he has done much to offend you. But you love him, Miss Tremaine, though you are too proud to let your love be seen. I am certain that you do love him. For pity's sake, speak to him. Do not let him hazard his life, when a few words from you may prevent the danger." "I don't believe he would give up this visit to please me," she answered, "and I shall certainly not put it in his power to humiliate me by a refusal. Besides, all this fear of yours is such utter nonsense, as if nobody has ever hunted before. My brothers hunt 4 times a week every winter, and not one of them has ever been the worse for it yet." I did not give up the attempt lightly. I pleaded with this proud, obstinate girl for a long time, as long as I could induce her to listen to me. But it was all in vain. She stuck to her text. No one should persuade her to degrade herself by asking a favour of Edward Crichton. He had chosen to hold himself aloof from her, and she would show him that she could live without him. When she left Crichton Abbey, they would part as strangers. So the night closed, and at breakfast next morning I heard that Edward had started for Wykerley soon after daybreak. His absence made for me at least a sad blank in our circle. For one other also, I think, for Miss Tremaine's fair proud face was very pale, though she tried to seem gayer than usual, and exerted herself in quite an unaccustomed manner in her endeavour to be agreeable to everyone. The day passed slowly for me after my cousin's departure. There was a weight upon my mind, a vague anxiety which I struggled in vain to shake off. The house, full as it was of pleasant people, seemed to me to have become dull and dreary now that Edward was gone. The place where he had sat appeared always vacant to my eyes, though another filled it, and there was no gap on either side of the long dinner-table. Light-hearted young men still made the billiard-room resonant with their laughter. Merry girls flirted as gaily as ever, undisturbed in the smallest degree by the absence of the air of the house. Yet for me all was changed. A morbid fancy had taken complete possession of me. I found myself continually brooding over the housekeeper's words, those words that told me that the shadows I had seen boded death and sorrow to the house of Crichton. My cousins Sophie and Agnes were no more concerned about their brother's welfare than were their guests. They were full of excitement about the New Year's ball, which was to be a very grand affair. Every one of importance within 50 miles was to be present. Every nook and corner of the Abbey would be filled with visitors coming from a great distance, while others were to be billeted upon the better class of tenantry round about. Altogether, the organization of this affair was no small business, and Mrs. Crichton's mornings were broken by discussions with the housekeeper, messages from the cook, interviews with the head gardener on the subject of floral decorations, and other details, which all alike demanded the attention of the chatelaine herself. With these duties, and with the claims of her numerous guests, my cousin Fanny's time was so fully occupied that she had little leisure to indulge in anxious feelings about her son, whatever secret uneasiness may have been lurking in her maternal heart. As for the master of the Abbey, he spent so much of his time in the library, where, under the pretext of business with his bailiff, he read Greek, that it was not easy for anyone to discover what he did feel. Once and once only I heard him speak of his son in a tone that betrayed an intense eagerness for his return. The girls were to have new dresses from a French milliner in Wigmore Street, and as the great event drew near, bulky packages of millinery were continually arriving, and feminine consultations and expositions of finery were being held all day long in bedrooms and dressing-rooms with closed doors. Thus, with a mind always troubled by the same dark shapeless foreboding, I was perpetually being called upon to give an opinion about pink tulle and lilies of the valley, or maize silk and apple blossoms. New Year's morning came at last, after an interval of abnormal length, as it seemed to me. It was a bright, clear day, and almost spring-like sunshine lighting up the leafless landscape. The great dining-room was noisy with congratulations and good wishes as we assembled for breakfast on this first morning of a new year, after having seen the old one out cheerily the night before. But Edward had not yet returned, and I missed him sadly. Some touch of sympathy drew me to the side of Julia Tremaine on this particular morning. I had watched her very often during the last few days, and I had seen that her cheek grew paler every day. To-day her eyes had the dull, heavy look that betokens a sleepless night. Yes, I was sure that she was unhappy, that the proud, relentless nature suffered bitterly. "He must be home to-day," I said to her in a low voice as she sat in stately silence before an untasted breakfast. "Who must?" she answered, turning towards me with a cold, distant look. "My cousin Edward. You know he promised to be back in time for the ball." "I know nothing of Mr. Crichton's intended movements," she said in her haughtiest tone, "but of course it is only natural that he should be here to-night. He would scarcely care to insult half the county by his absence, however little he may value those now staying in his father's house." "But you know that there is one here whom he does value better than any one else in the world, Miss Tremaine," I answered, anxious to soothe this proud girl. "I know nothing of the kind. But why do you speak so solemnly about his return? He will come, of course. There is no reason he should not come." She spoke in a rapid manner that was strange to her, and looked at me with a sharp, inquiring glance that touched me somehow, it was so unlike herself. It revealed to me so keen an anxiety. "No, there is no reasonable cause for anything like uneasiness," I said. "But you remember what I told you the other night. That has preyed upon my mind, and it will be an unspeakable relief to me when I see my cousin safe at home." "I am sorry that you should indulge in such weakness, Miss Crichton." That was all she said. But when I saw her in the drawing-room after breakfast, she had established herself in a window that commanded a view of the long winding drive leading to the front of the Abbey. From this point she could not fail to see anyone approaching the house. She sat there all day. Everyone else was more or less busy with arrangements for the evening, or at any rate occupied with an appearance of business. But Julia Tremaine kept her place by the window, pleading a headache as an excuse for sitting still, with a book in her hand all day, yet obstinately refusing to go to her room and lie down when her mother entreated her to do so. "You will be fit for nothing to-night, Julia," Miss Tremaine said almost angrily. "You have been looking ill for ever so long, and to-day you are as pale as a ghost." I knew that she was watching for him, and I pitied her with all my heart, as the day wore itself out and he did not come. We dined earlier than usual, played a game or two of billiards after dinner, made a tour of inspection through the bright rooms, lit the wax candles only and odorous with exotics, and then came a long interregnum devoted to the arts and mysteries of the toilet, while maids flitted to and fro laden with frilled muslin petticoats from the laundry, and a faint smell of singed hair pervaded the corridors. At 10 o'clock the band was tuning their violins, and pretty girls and elegant-looking men were coming slowly down the broad oak staircase, as the roll of fast-coming wheels sounded louder and without, and stentorian voices announced the best people in the county. I have no need to dwell upon the details of that evening's festival. It was very much like other balls, a brilliant success, a night of splendour and enchantment for those whose hearts were light and happy, and who could abandon themselves utterly to the pleasure of the moment. A far-away picture of fair faces and bright-hued dresses, a wearisome kaleidoscopic procession of form and colour for those whose minds were weighed down with the burden of a hidden care. For me the music had no melody, the dazzling scene no charm. Hour after hour went by, supper was over, and the waltzers were enjoying those latest dances which always seemed the most delightful, and yet Edward Crichton had not appeared amongst us. There had been innumerable enquiries about him, and Mrs. Crichton had apologized for his absence as best she might. Poor soul! I well knew that his non-return was now a source of poignant anxiety to her, although she greeted all her guests with the same gracious smile, and was able to talk gaily and well upon every subject. Once, when she was sitting alone for a few minutes, watching the dancers, I saw the smile fade from her face and a look of anguish come over it. I ventured to approach her at this moment, and never shall I forget the look which she turned toward me. "My son, Sarah," she said in a low voice. "Something has happened to my son." I did my best to comfort her, but my own heart was growing heavier and heavier, and my attempt was a very poor one. Julia Tremaine had danced a little at the beginning of the evening, to keep up appearances, I believe, in order that no one might suppose that she was distressed by her lover's absence. But after the first 2 or 3 dances she pronounced herself tired and withdrew to a seat amongst the matrons. She was looking very lovely in spite of her extreme pallor, dressed in white tulle, a perfect cloud of airy puffings, and with a wreath of ivy leaves and diamonds crowning her pale golden hair. The night waned, the dancers were revolving in the last waltz, when I happened to look towards the doorway of the end of the room. I was startled by seeing a man standing there, with his hat in his hand, not in evening costume, a man with a pale, anxious-looking face, peering cautiously into the room. My first thought was of evil, but in the next moment the man had disappeared, and I saw no more of him. I lingered by my cousin Fanny's side till the rooms were empty. Even Sophie and Annie had gone off to their own apartments, their airy dresses sadly dilapidated by a night's vigorous dancing. There were only Mr. and Mrs. Crichton and myself in the long suite of rooms, where the flowers were drooping and the wax lights dying out one by one in the silver sconces against the walls. "I think the evening went off very well," Fanny said, looking rather anxiously at her husband, who was stretching himself and yawning with an air of intense relief.
"Yes, the affair went off well enough. But Edward has committed a terrible breach of manners by not being here. Upon my word, the young men of the present day think of nothing but their own pleasures. I suppose that something especially attractive was going on at Wycherley to-day, and he couldn't tear himself away."
"It is so unlike him to break his word," Mrs. Crichton answered. "You are not alarmed, Frederick? You don't think that anything has happened, any accident?"
"What should happen? Ned is one of the best riders in the county. I don't think there's any fear of him coming to grief."
"He might be ill."
"Not he. He's a young Hercules. And if it were possible for him to be ill, which it is not, we should have had a message from Wycherley."
The words were scarcely spoken when Truefold, the old butler, stood by his master's side with a solemn, anxious face.
"There is a person who wishes to see you, sir," he said in a low voice. "Alone."
Low as the words were, both Fanny and myself heard them. "Someone from Wycherley!" she exclaimed. "Let him come here."
"But, madam, the person most particularly wished to see master alone. Shall I show him into the library, sir? The lights are not out there."
"Then it is someone from Wycherley," said my cousin, seizing my wrist with a hand that was icy cold. "Didn't I tell you so, Sarah? Something has happened to my son. Let the person come here. Truefold, here. I insist upon it." The tone of command was quite strange in a wife who was always deferential to her husband, in a mistress who was ever gentle to her servants.
"Let it be so, Truefold," said Mr. Crichton. "Whatever ill news has come to us, we will hear together."
He put his arm around his wife's waist. Both were pale as marble. Both stood in stony stillness, waiting for the blow that was to fall upon them. The stranger, the man I had seen in the doorway, came in. He was a curate of Wycherley Church and chaplain to Sir Francis Wycherley, a grave middle-aged man. He told what he had to tell with all kindness, with all the usual forms of consolation which Christianity and an experience of sorrow could suggest. Vain words, wasted trouble. The blow must fall, and earthly consolation was unable to lighten it by a feather's weight. There had been a steeplechase at Wycherley, an amateur affair with gentlemen riders, on that bright New Year's Day, and Edward Crichton had been persuaded to ride his favourite hunter Pepperbox. There would be plenty of time for him to return to Crichton after the races. He had consented, and his horse was winning easily, when at the last fence, a double one, with water beyond, Pepperbox balked his leap, and went over head foremost, flinging his rider over a hedge into a field close beside the course, where there was a heavy stone roller. Upon this stone roller Edward Crichton had fallen, his head receiving the full force of the concussion. All was told. It was while the curate was relating the fatal catastrophe that I looked round suddenly and saw Julia Tremaine standing a little behind the speaker. She had heard all. She uttered no cry. She showed no signs of fainting, but stood calm and motionless, waiting for the end. I know not how that night ended. There seemed an awful calm upon us all. A carriage was got ready, and Mr. and Mrs. Crichton started for Wycherley to look upon their dead son. He had died while they were carrying him from the course to Sir Francis's house. I went with Julia Tremaine to her room, and sat with her while the winter morning dawned slowly upon us. A bitter dawning. I have little more to tell. Life goes on, though hearts are broken. Upon Crichton Abbey there came a dreary time of desolation. The master of the house lived in his library, shut from the outer world, buried almost as completely as a hermit in his cell. I have heard that Juliet Tremaine was never known to smile after that day. She is still unmarried and lives entirely at her father's country house, proud and reserved in her conduct to her equals, but a very angel of mercy and compassion amongst the poor of the neighbourhood. Yes, this haughty girl, who once declared herself unable to endure the howls of the poor, is now a sister of charity in all but the robe. So does a great sorrow change the current of a woman's life. I have seen my cousin Fanny many times since that awful New Year's night, for I have always the same welcome at the Abbey. I have seen her calm and cheerful, doing her duty, smiling upon her daughter's children, the honoured mistress of a great household. But I know that the mainspring of life is broken, that for her there hath passed a glory from the earth, and that upon all the pleasures and joys of this world she looks with the solemn calm of one for whom all things are dark with the shadow of a great sorrow. End of At Crichton Abbey by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Back from that Bourne by Edward Page Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tommy Howell. Back from that Bourne by Edward Page Mitchell. Practical working of materialization in Maine. A strange story from Pocock Island, a materialized spirit that will not go back. The first glimpse of what may yet cause very extensive trouble in the world. We are permitted to make extracts from a private letter which bears the signature of a gentleman well known in business circles, and whose veracity we have never heard called in question. Ill's statements are startling and well nigh incredible, but if true, they are susceptible of easy verification. Yet the thoughtful mind will hesitate about accepting them without the fullest proof, for they spring upon the world a social problem of stupendous importance. The dangers apprehended by Mr. Malthus and his followers become remote and commonplace by the side of this new and terrible issue. The letter is dated at Pocock Island, a small township in Washington County, Maine, about 17 miles from the mainland, and nearly midway between Mount Desert and the Grand Marion. The last state census accords to Pocock Island a population of 311, mostly engaged in the porgy fisheries. At the presidential election of 1872, the island gave Grant a majority of 3. These two facts are all that we are able to learn of the locality, from sources outside of the letter already referred to. The letter, omitting certain passages which refer solely to private matters, reads as follows. But enough of the disagreeable business that brought me here to this bleak island in the month of November. I have a singular story to tell you. After our experience together at Chittenden, I know you will not reject statements because they are startling. My friend, there is upon Pocock Island a materialized spirit which, or who, refuses to be dematerialized. At this moment, and within a quarter of a mile from me as I write, a man who died and was buried 4 years ago, and who has exploited the mysteries beyond the grave, walks, talks, and holds intercourse with the inhabitants of the island, and is to all appearances determined to remain permanently upon this side of the river. I will relate the circumstances as briefly as I can. John Newbegin. In April 1870, John Newbegin died and was buried in the little cemetery on the landward side of the island. Newbegin was a man of about 48, without family or near connections, and eccentric to a degree that sometimes inspired questions as to his sanity. What money he had earned by many seasons fishing upon the banks was invested in quarters of 2 small mackerel schooners, the remainder of which belonged to John Hodgson, the richest man on Pocock, who was estimated by good authorities to be worth $13,000 or $14,000. Newbegin was not without a certain kind of culture. He had read a good deal of the odds and ends of literature, and as a simple-minded islander expressed it in my hearing, knew more bookfuls than anybody else on Pocock. He was naturally an intelligent man, and he might have attained influence in the community had it not been for his utter aimlessness of character, his indifference of fortune, and his consuming thirst for rum. Many yachtsmen who have had occasion to stop at Pocock for water or harbor shelter during Eastern cruises will remember a long, listless figure, astonishingly attired in blue army pants, rubber boots, loose toga made of some bright chintz material, and very bad hat, staggering through the little settlement, followed by the rabble of jeering brats, and pausing to strike uncertain blows at those within the reach of the dead sculpin which he usually carried around by the tail. This was John Newbegin. His sudden death. As I have already remarked, he died 4 years ago last April. The Mary Emmeline, one of the little schooners in which he owned, had returned from the eastward and had smuggled, or run in, a quantity of St. John brandy. Newbegin had a solitary and protracted debauch. He was missed from his accustomed walks for several days, and when the islanders broke into the hovel where he lived, close down to the seaweed, and almost within reach of the incoming tide, they found him dead on the floor, with an emptied demijohn hard by his head. After the primitive custom of the island, they interred John Newbegin's remains without coroner's inquest, burial certificate, or funeral services, and in the excitement of a large catch of porgies that summer, soon forgot him in his friendless life. His interest in the Mary Emmeline and the putty boat recurred to John Hodgson, and as nobody came forward to demand an administration of the estate, it was never administered. The forms of the law are but loosely followed in some of these marginal localities. His reappearance at Pocock. Well, my dear, 4 years and 4 months had brought their quota of varying seasons to Pocock Island when John Newbegin reappeared under the following circumstances. In the latter part of last August, as you may remember, there was a heavy gale all along our Atlantic coast. During this storm, the squadron of the Naugatuck Yacht Club, which was returning from a summer cruise as far as Campobello, was forced to take shelter in the harbor of the leeward of Pocock Island. The gentlemen of the club spent 3 days at the little settlement ashore. Among the party was Mr. R. E. in which name you will recognize a medium of celebrity, and one who had been particularly successful in materializations. At the desire of his companions, and to relieve the tedium of their detention, Mr. E. improvised a cabinet in the little schoolhouse at Pocock, and gave a séance, to the delight of his fellow yachtsmen, and the utter bewilderment of such natives as were permitted to witness the manifestations. The conditions seemed unusually favorable to spirit appearances, and the séance was, upon the whole, perhaps the most remarkable that Mr. E. ever held. It was all the more remarkable because the surroundings were such that the prejudiced skeptic could discover no possibility of trickery. The first form to issue from the wood closet which constituted the cabinet, when Mr. E. had been tied therein by a committee of old sailors from the yachts, was that of an Indian chief who announced himself as Hockomock, and who retired after dancing a harvest moon pas seul, and declared himself, in very emphatic terms, opposed to the present Indian policy of the administration. Hockomock was succeeded by the aunt of one of the yachtsmen, who identified herself beyond question by allusion to family matters, and by displaying the scar of a burn upon her left arm, received while making tomato ketchup upon earth. Then came successively a child whom no one present recognized, a French Canadian who could not talk English, and a portly gentleman who introduced himself as William King, first governor of Maine. These in turn re-entered the cabinet, and were seen no more. It was some time before another spirit manifested itself, and Mr. E. gave directions that the light be turned down still further. Then the door of the wood closet was slowly opened, and a singular figure in rubber boots and a species of Dolly Varden garment emerged, bringing a dead fish in his right hand. His determination to remain. The city men who were present, I am told, thought that the medium was masquerading in grotesque habiliments for the more complete astonishment of the islanders, but these latter rose from their seats and exclaimed with one consent, "It is John Newbegin! It is Johnny for certain!" And then, in not unnatural terror at the apparition, they turned and fled from the schoolroom, uttering dismal cries. John Newbegin came calmly forward and turned up the solitary kerosene lamp that shed uncertain light over the proceedings. He then sat down in the teacher's chair, folded his arms, and looked complacently around him. "You might as well untie the medium," he at length remarked. "I propose to remain in the materialized condition." And he did remain. When the party left the schoolhouse, among them walked John Newbegin, as truly a being of flesh and blood as any man of them. From that day to this he has been a living inhabitant of Pocock Island, eating, drinking water only, and sleeping after the manner of men. The yachtsmen who made sail for Bar Harbor the very next morning probably believe that he was a fraud hired for the occasion by Mr. E., but the people of Pocock who laid him out, dug his grave, and put him into it 4 years ago, know that John Newbegin has come back to them from a land they know not of. A singular member of society. The idea of having a ghost somewhat more condensed, it is true, than the traditional ghost, as a member was not at first over-pleasing to the 311 inhabitants of Pocock Island. To this day they are a little sensitive upon the subject, feeling evidently that if the matter got abroad, it might injure the sale of the really excellent porgy oil, which is the product of their sole manufacturing interest. This reluctance to advertise the skeleton in their closet, superadded to the slowness of these obtuse, fishy, matter-of-fact people to recognize the transcendent importance of the case, must be accepted as an explanation of the fact that John Newbegin's spirit has been on earth between 3 and 4 months, and yet the singular circumstance is not known to the whole country. But the Pocockians have at last come to see that a spirit is not necessarily a malevolent spirit, and accepting his presence as fact in their stolid, unreasoning way, they are quite neighborly and sociable with Mr. Newbegin. I know that your first question will be, is there sufficient proof of his ever having been dead? To this I answer unhesitatingly yes. He was too well known a character, and too many people saw the corpse to admit of any mistake on this point. I may here add that it was at one time proposed to disinter the original remains, but the project was abandoned in deference to the wishes of Mr. Newbegin, who feels a natural delicacy about having his first set of bones disturbed from motives of mere curiosity. An interview with a dead man. You will readily believe that I took occasion to see and converse with John Newbegin. I found him affable and even communicative. He is perfectly well aware of his doubtful status as a being, but is in hopes that at some future time there may be legislation which shall correctly define his position and the position of any spirit who may follow him into the material world. The only point upon which he is reticent is his experience during the 4 years that elapsed between his death and his reappearance at Pocock. It is to be presumed that the memory is not a pleasant one. At least he never speaks of this period. He candidly admits, however, that he is glad to get back to earth, and that he embraced the very first opportunity to be materialized. Mr. Newbegin says that he is consumed with remorse for the wasted days of his previous existence. Indeed, his course during the past 3 months would show that this regret is genuine. He has discarded his eccentric costume and dresses like a reasonable spirit. He has not touched liquor since his reappearance. He has embarked in the porgy oil business, and his operations already rival those of Hodgson, his old partner in the Mary Emmeline and the putty boat. By the way, Newbegin threatens to sue Hodgson for his undivided quarter in each of these vessels, and this interesting case therefore bids fair to be thoroughly investigated in the courts. As a businessman, he is generally esteemed on the island, although there is a noticeable reluctance to discount his paper at long dates. In short, Mr. John Newbegin is a most respectable citizen, if a dead man can be a citizen, and has announced his intention of running for the next legislature. In conclusion, and now, my dear, I have told you the substance of all I know respecting this strange, strange case. Yet, after all, why so strange? We accepted materialization at Chittenden. Is this any more than the logical issue of that admission? If the spirit may return to earth, clothed in flesh and blood and all the physical attributes of humanity, why may it not remain on earth as long as it sees fit? Thinking of it from whatever standpoint, I cannot but regard John Newbegin as the pioneer of a possibly large immigration from the spirit world. The bars once down, a whole flock will come trooping back to earth. Death will lose its significance altogether, and when I think of the disturbance which will result in our social relations, of the overthrow of all accepted institutions, and of the nullification of all principles of political economy, law, and religion, I am lost in perplexity and apprehension. End of Back from That Bourne.
Charles Ashmore's Trail by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Craster. Charles Ashmore's Trail by Ambrose Bierce. The family of Christian Ashmore consisted of his wife, his mother, 2 grown daughters, and a son of 16 years. They lived in Troy, New York, were well-to-do, respectable persons, and had many friends, some of whom, reading these lines, will doubtless learn for the first time the extraordinary fate of the young man. From Troy the Ashmores moved in 1871 or 1872 to Richmond, Indiana, and a year or two later to the vicinity of Quincy, Illinois, where Mr. Ashmore bought a farm and lived on it. At some little distance from the farmhouse was a spring with a constant flow of clear, cold water, whence the family derived its supply for domestic use at all seasons. On the evening of the 9th of November in 1878, at about 9 o'clock, young Charles Ashmore left the family circle about the hearth, took a tin bucket, and started toward the spring. As he did not return, the family became uneasy, and going to the door by which he had left the house, the father called without receiving an answer. He then lighted a lantern, and with the eldest daughter Martha, who insisted on accompanying him, went in search. A light snow had fallen, obliterating the path, but making the young man's trail conspicuous. Each footprint was plainly defined. After going a little more than half-way, perhaps 75 yards, the father, who was in advance, halted, and elevating his lantern, stood peering intently into the darkness ahead. "What is the matter, father?" the girl asked. This was the matter. The trail of the young man had abruptly ended, and all beyond was smooth, unbroken snow. The last footprints were as conspicuous as any in the line. The very nail marks were distinctly visible. Mr. Ashmore looked upward, shading his eyes, with his hat held between them and the lantern. The stars were shining. There was not a cloud in the sky. He was denied the explanation which had suggested itself, doubtful as it would have been, a new snowfall with the limits so plainly defined. Taking a wide circuit round the ultimate tracks, so as to leave them undisturbed for further examination, the man proceeded to the spring, the girl following, weak and terrified. Neither had spoken a word of what both had observed. The spring was covered with ice, hours old. Returning to the house, they noted the appearance of the snow on both sides of the trail its entire length. No tracks led away from it. The morning light showed nothing more. Smooth, spotless, unbroken, the shallow snow lay everywhere. 4 days later, the grief-stricken mother herself went to the spring for water. She came back and related that in passing the spot where the footprints had ended, she had heard the voice of her son and had been eagerly calling to him, wandering about the place as she had fancied the voice to be now in one direction, now in another, until she was exhausted with fatigue and emotion. Questioned as to what the voice had said, she was unable to tell, yet averred that the words were perfectly distinct. In a moment the entire family was at the place, but nothing was heard, and the voice was believed to be an hallucination caused by the mother's great anxiety and her disordered nerves. But for months afterward, at irregular intervals of a few days, the voice was heard by the several members of the family and by others. All declared it unmistakably the voice of Charles Ashmore. All agreed that it seemed to come from a great distance, faintly, yet with entire distinctness of articulation. Yet none could determine its direction, nor repeat its words. The intervals of silence grew longer and longer, the voice fainter and farther, and by midsummer it was heard no more. If anyone knows the fate of Charles Ashmore, it is probably his mother. She is dead. End of Charles Ashmore's Trail by Ambrose Bierce. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
The Devil's Funeral by Edward Page Mitchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tommy Howell. The Devil's Funeral by Edward Page Mitchell. I felt myself lifted up from my bed by hands invisible and swiftly borne down the ever-narrowing avenue of time. Each moment I passed a century and encountered new empires, new peoples, strange ideas, and unknown faiths. So at last I found myself at the end of the avenue, at the end of time, under a blood-red sky more awful than the deepest black. Men and women hurried to and fro, their pale faces reflecting the accursed complexion of the heavens. A desolate silence rested upon all things. Then I heard afar a low wail, indescribably grievous, swelling and falling again and blending with the notes of the storm that began to rage. The wailing was answered by a groan, and the groaning grew into thunder. The people wrung their hands and tore their hair, and a voice, piercing and persistent, shrieked above the turmoil. "Our Lord and Master, the devil, is no more! Our Lord and Master is no more!" Then I, too, joined the mourners who bewailed the devil's death. An old man came to me and took me by the hand. "You also loved and served him?" he asked. I made no reply, for I knew not wherefore I lamented. He gazed steadfastly into my eyes. "There are no sorrows," he said, meaningly, "that are beyond utterance." "Not then like your sorrow," I retorted, "for your eyes are dry, and there is no grief behind your pupils." He placed his finger on my lips and whispered, "Wait." The old man led the way to a vast and lofty hall filled to the farthest corner with a weeping crowd. The multitude was indeed a mighty one, for all the people of every faith of the world who had worshipped and served the devil were assembled there to do for him the last offices of the dead. I saw there men of my own day, and recognized others of earlier ages, whose faces and fame had been brought down to me by art and by history. And I saw many others who belonged to the later centuries through which I had passed in my night progress down the avenue of time. But as I was about to inquire concerning these, the old man checked me. "Hush," he said, "and listen." And the multitude cried with one voice, "Hark and hear the report of the autopsy." From another apartment there came forth surgeons and physicians and philosophers and learned faculties of all times, charged to examine the devil's body, and to discover, if they could, the mystery of his existence. For, the people had said, if these men of science can tell us wherein the devil was the devil, if they can separate from his mortal parts the immortal principle which distinguished him from ourselves, we may still worship that immortal principle to our own continued profit and to the unending glory of our late Lord and Master. With grave looks upon their countenances, and with reluctant steps, 3 delegates advanced from among the other sages. The old man beside me raised his hand to command perfect silence. Every sound of woe was at the instant suppressed. I saw that one was Galen, Paracelsus another, and Cornelius Agrippa the third. "Ye who have faithfully served the Master," said Agrippa in a loud voice, "must listen in vain for the secret which our scalpels have disclosed. We have laid bare both the heart and the soul of him who lies yonder. His heart was like our hearts, fitly formed to throb with hot passions, to shrink with hatred, and to swell with rage. But the mystery of his soul would blast the lips that uttered it." The old man hurriedly drew me a little way apart, out of the throng. The multitude began to surge and sway with furious wrath. It sought to seize and rend to pieces the learned and venerable men who had dissected the devil, yet refused to publish the mystery of his existence. "What rubbish is this you tell us, you charlatan hackers and hewers of corpses?" exclaimed one. "You have discovered no mystery. You lie to our faces." "Put them to death," screamed others. "They wish to hoard the secret for their own advantage. We shall presently have a triumvirate of quacks setting themselves up above us, in place of him we have worshipped. For the dignity of his teachings, the ingenuity of his intellect, the exalted character of his morality. To death with these upstart philosophers who would usurp the devil's soul." "We have sought only the truth," replied the men of science soberly. "But we cannot give you the truth as we found it. Our functions go not further." And thereupon they withdrew. "Let us see for ourselves," shouted the foremost in the angry crowd. So they made their way into the inner apartment where the devil's body lay in state. Thousands pressed after them and struggled in vain to enter the presence of death, that they, too, might discover the true essential quality of the departed. Those who gained entrance reverently but eagerly approached the massive bier of solid gold, studded with glistening stones and resplendent with the mingled luster of the emerald, the chrysolite, and jasper. Dazzled, they shrank back with wild faces and bewildered looks. Not a man among them dared to stretch forth his hand to tear away the bandages and coverings with which the surgeons had veiled their work. Then the old man, who was with me, had silently witnessed the tumultuous scene, drew himself up to a grand height, and said aloud, "Worshippers of the devil, whose majesty even in death holds you subject, it is well that you have not seized the mystery before the time. A variety of signs combine to inspire me with hope that that which has sealed the lips of the men of science may yet be revealed through faith. Let us forthwith pay the last sad tribute to our departed Lord. Let us make to his memory a sacrifice worthy of our devotion. My art can kindle a fire which consumes weighty ingots of gold as readily as it burns tinsel paper, and which leaves behind no ashes and no regrets. Let every man bring hither all the gold, whether in coin or in plate, or in trinkets, that he has earned in serving the devil, and every woman the gold that she has earned, and cast it into the consuming fire. Then will the funeral pyre be worthy of him whom we mourn." "Well said, old man," cried the devil worshippers. "Thus we will prove that our worship has not been base. Build you the pyre while we go to fetch our gold." My eyes were fixed upon the face of my companion, but I could not read the thoughts that occupied his brain. When I turned again, the vast hall was empty of all save him and me. Slowly and laboriously we built the funeral pile in the center of the apartment. We built it of the costly woods that were at hand, already sprinkled by devout mourners with the choicest spices. We built the pile broad and high, and draped it with gorgeous stuffs. The old man smiled as he prepared the magic fire that was to consume the gold which the devil worshippers had gone to fetch. Within the pyre he left an ample space for their sacrifice. Together we brought forth the devil's body and placed it carefully in position at the top of the pile. Thunders rolled in the lofty space above our heads, and the whole building shook so terribly that I expected it to fall, crushing us between roof and pavement. Crash came after crash of thunder, nearer and nearer to the pyre. Lightnings played across us, around the old man, the devil's corpse, and me. Still we waited for the multitude, but the multitude returned not. "Behold the obsequies," said the old man at last, thrusting his lighted torch into the midst of the pile. "You and I are the only mourners, and we have not a single ounce of gold to offer. Go ye now forth and bid all the devil worshippers to the reading of the last will and testament. They will come." I hastened forth to obey the old man's command, and speedily the funeral hall was thronged again. This time the devil worshippers brought their gold, and every man sought to make excuse for his tardiness at the pyre. The air was thick with explanations. "I tarried only," said one, "to be sure that I had gathered all to the very last piece of gold in my possession." "I fetched," said another, "the laborious accumulations of 50 years, but I cheerfully sacrifice it all to the memory of our dear Lord." A third said, "See, I bring all of mine, even to the wedding ring of my dead wife." There was a contention among the devil worshippers to be first to cast treasure into the fire. The charmed flames caught up the gold and streamed high above the corpse, casting upon every eager face in the vast room a fierce yellow glare. Still the fire was fed by hands innumerable, and still the old man stood by the pyre, smiling strangely. The devil worshippers now cried out with hoarse voices, "The will! The will! Let us hear the last testament of our dead Lord!" The old man opened a roll of asbestos paper and began to read aloud, while the hubbub of the great throng died away into silence and the angry roar of the consuming flames subsided into a dull murmur. What the old man read was this: "To my well-beloved subjects, the whole world, my faithful worshippers and loyal servitors, greeting and the devil's only blessing, a perpetual curse. For as much as I am conscious of the approach of the change that hunts every act of existence, yet being of sound mind and firm purpose, I do declare this to be my last will, pleasure, and command, as to the disposal of my kingdom and effects. To the wise I bequeath folly, and to the fools pain. To the rich I leave the wretchedness of the earth, and to the poor the anguish of the unattainable. To the just ingratitude, and to the unjust remorse, and to the theologians I bequeath the ashes of my bones. I decree that the place called hell be closed forever. I decree that the torments in fee simple be divided among all my faithful subjects according to their merit, that the pleasure and the treasure shall also be divided equitably among my subjects. Thereupon the devil-worshippers shrieked with one accord, "There is no God but the devil, and he is dead. Now let us enter into our inheritance." But the old man replied, "Ye wretched, the devil is dead, and with the devil died the world. The world is dead." Then they stood aghast, looking at the pyre. All at once the gold-laden flames leaped into a blazing column to the roof and expired. And forth from the red embers of the devil's heart there crept a small snake, hissing hideously. The old man clutched at the snake to crush it, but it slipped through his hands and made its way into the midst of the crowd. Judas Iscariot caught up the snake and placed it in his bosom. And when he did so, the earth beneath us began to quiver as if in the convulsion of death. The lofty pillars of the funeral chamber reeled like giants seized with dizziness. The devil-worshippers fell flat upon their faces. The old man and I stood alone. Crash followed quick on crash on every side of us. But it was not this time the concussions of thunder. It was the hopeless sound of the tumbling of man's structures and fabrics, and the echo from the other worlds of this world's crack of doom. Then the stars began to fall, and the fainter lights of heaven came down upon us like a driving sleet of frozen fire. And children died of terror, and mothers clasped their dead babes to their own cold breasts, and hurried this way and that for shelter that was never found. Light became black, fire lost its heat in the utter disorganization of nature, and a whelming flood of chaos surged from the womb of the universe and swallowed up the devil-worshippers and their dead world. Then I said to the old man, as we stood in the void, "Now there is surely no evil and no good, no world and no God." But he smiled and shook his head, and left me to wander back unguided through the centuries. Yet as he disappeared, I saw that high over the ruins of the world, a rainbow of infinite brightness stretched its arch. End of The Devil's Funeral.
An account of some strange disturbances in Angiers Street, by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. An account of some disturbances in Angiers Street. It is not worth telling, the story of mine, at least not worth writing. Told, indeed, as I have sometimes been called upon to tell it, to a circle of intelligent and eager faces, lighted up by a good after-dinner fire on a winter's evening, with a cold wind rising and wailing outside, and all snug and cosy within, it has gone off, though I say it, who should not, indifferent well. But it is a venture to do as you would have me. Pen, ink, and paper are cold vehicles for the marvellous, and a reader decidedly a more critical animal than a listener. If, however, you can induce your friends to read it after nightfall, and when the fireside talk has run for a while on thrilling tales of shapeless terror, in short, if you will secure me the molia tempora fundi, I will go to my work and say my say with better heart. Well then, these conditions presupposed, I shall waste no more words, but tell you simply how it all happened. My cousin, Tom Ludlow, and I studied medicine together. I think he would have succeeded had he stuck to the profession, but he preferred the church, poor fellow, and died early, a sacrifice to contagion, contracted in the noble discharge of his duties. For my present purpose, I say enough of his character when I mention that he was of a sedate but frank and cheerful nature, very exact in his observance of truth, and not by any means like myself, of an excitable or nervous temperament. My uncle Ludlow, Tom's father, while we were attending lectures, purchased 3 or 4 old houses in Angier Street, one of which was unoccupied. He resided in the country, and Tom proposed that we should take up our abode in the untenanted house, so long as it should continue unlet, a move which would accomplish the double end of settling us nearer alike to our lecture rooms and to our amusements, and of relieving us from the weekly charge of rent for our lodgings. Our furniture was very scant, our whole equipage remarkably modest and primitive, and, in short, our arrangements pretty nearly as simple as those of a bivouac. Our new plan was therefore executed almost as soon as conceived. The front drawing-room was our sitting-room, I had the bedroom over it, and Tom the back bedroom on the same floor, which nothing could have induced me to occupy. The house, to begin with, was a very old one. It had been, I believe, newly fronted about 50 years before. But this exception, it had nothing modern about it. The agent who bought it and looked into the titles for my uncle told me that it was sold, along with much other forfeited property, at Chichester House, I think in 1702, and had belonged to Sir Thomas Hackett, who was Lord Mayor of Dublin in James II's time. How old it was then, I can't say. But at all events it had seen years and changes enough to have contracted all that mysterious and saddened air, at once exciting and depressing, which belongs to most old mansions. There had been very little done in the way of modernizing details, and perhaps it was better so, for there was something queer and bygone in the very walls and ceilings, in the shape of doors and windows, in the odd diagonal site of the chimney-pieces, in the beams and ponderous cornices, not to mention the singular solidity of all the woodwork, from the banisters to the window-frames, which hopelessly defied disguise, and would have emphatically proclaimed their antiquity through any conceivable amount of modern finery and varnish. An effort had indeed been made to the extent of papering the drawing-rooms, but somehow the paper looked raw and out of keeping, and the old woman, who kept a little dirt pie of a shop in the lane, and whose daughter, a girl of 52, was our solitary handmaid, coming in at sunrise and chastely receding again as soon as she had made all ready for tea in our state apartment. This woman, I say, remembered it when old Judge Horrocks, who, having earned the reputation of a particularly hanging judge, ended by hanging himself, as the coroner's jury found, under an impulse of temporary insanity, with a child skipping rope over the massive old banisters, resided there, entertaining good company with fine venison and rare old port. In those halcyon days the drawing-rooms were hung with gilded leather, and, I dare say, cut a good figure, for they were really spacious rooms. The bedrooms were wainscoted, but the front room was not gloomy, and in it the cosiness of antiquity quite overcome its sombre associations. But the back bedroom, with its 2 queerly placed melancholy windows, staring vacantly at the foot of the bed, and with the shadowy recess to be found in most old houses in Dublin, like a large ghostly closet, which, from congeniality of temperament, had amalgamated with the bedchamber and dissolved the partition. At night-time this alcove, as our maid was wont to call it, had in my eyes a specially sinister and suggestive character. Tom's distant and solitary candle glimmered vainly into its darkness. There it was, always overlooking him, always itself impenetrable. But this was only part of the effect. The whole room was, I can't tell how, repulsive to me. There was, I suppose, in its proportions and features, a latent discord, a certain mysterious and indescribable relation which jarred indistinctly upon some secret sense of the fitting and the safe, and raised indefinable suspicions and apprehensions of the imagination. On the whole, as I began by saying, nothing could have induced me to pass the night alone in it. I had never pretended to conceal from poor Tom my superstitious weakness, and he, on the other hand, most unaffectedly ridiculed my tremors. The sceptic was, however, destined to receive a lesson, as you shall hear. We had not been very long in occupation of our respective dormitories when I began to complain of uneasy nights and disturbed sleep. I was, I suppose, the more impatient under this annoyance, as I was usually a sound sleeper, and by no means prone to nightmares. It was now, however, my destiny, instead of enjoying my customary repose, every night to sup full of horrors. After a preliminary course of disagreeable and frightful dreams, my troubles took a definite form, and the same vision, without an appreciable variation in a single detail, visited me at least on an average every second night in the week. Now this dream, nightmare or infernal illusion, which you please, of which I was the miserable sport, was on this wise. I saw, or thought I saw, with the most abominable distinctness, although at the time in profound darkness, every article of furniture and accidental arrangement of the chamber in which I lay. This, as you know, is incidental to ordinary nightmare. Well, while in this clairvoyant condition, which seemed by the lighting up of the theatre in which was to be exhibited the monotonous tableau of horror which made my nights insupportable, my attention invariably became, I know not why, fixed upon the windows opposite the foot of my bed, and uniformly with the same effect a sense of dreadful anticipation always took slow but sure possession of me. I became somehow conscious of a sort of horrid but undefined preparation going forward in some unknown quarter, and by some unknown agency, for my torment. And after an interval which always seemed to me of the same length, a picture suddenly flew up to the window, where it remained fixed, as if by an electrical attraction, and my discipline of horror then commenced, to last perhaps for hours. The picture thus mysteriously glued to the window panes was the portrait of an old man in a crimson-flowered silk dressing-gown, the folds of which I could now describe with a countenance embodying a strange mixture of intellect, sensuality, and power, but withal sinister and full of malignant omen. His nose was hooked, like the beak of a vulture, his eyes large, grey, and prominent, and lighted up with a more than mortal cruelty and coldness. These features were surmounted by a crimson velvet cap, the hair that peeped from under which was white with age, while the eyebrows retained their original blackness. Well, I remember every line, hue, and shadow of that stony countenance, and well I may. The gaze of this hellish visage was fixed upon me, and mine returned it with the inexplicable fascination of nightmare, for what appeared to me to be hours of agony. At last the cock he crew, away then flew the fiend who had enslaved me through the awful watches of the night, and harassed and nervous, I rose to the duties of the day. I can't say exactly why, but it may have been from the exquisite anguish and profound impressions of unearthly horror with which the strange phantasmagoria was associated, an insurmountable antipathy to describing the exact nature of my nightly troubles to my friend and comrade. Generally, however, I told him that I was haunted by abominable dreams, and true to the imputed materialism of medicine, we put our heads together to dispel my horrors, not by exorcism, but by a tonic. I will do this tonic justice, and frankly admit that the accursed portrait began to intermit its visits under its influence. What of that? Was this singular apparition as full of character as of terror, therefore the creature of my fancy, or the invention of my poor stomach? Was it, in short, subjective, to borrow the technical slang of the day, and not the palpable aggression and intrusion of an external agent? That, good friend, as we will both admit, by no means follows. The evil spirit who enthralled my senses in the shape of that portrait may have been just as near me, just as energetic, just as malignant, though I saw him not. What means the whole moral code of revealed religion regarding the due keeping of our bodies, soberness, temperance, etc.? Here is an obvious connection between the material and the invisible. The healthy tone of the system, and its unimpaired energy, may, for aught we can tell, guard us against influences which would otherwise render life itself terrific. The mesmerist and the electrobiologist will fail upon an average with 9 patients out of 10. So may the evil spirit. Special conditions of the corporeal system are indispensable to the production of certain spiritual phenomena. The operation succeeds sometimes, sometimes fails, that is all. I found afterwards that my would-be sceptical companion had his troubles too. But of these I knew nothing yet. One night, for a wonder, I was sleeping soundly, when I was roused by a step on the lobby outside my room, followed by the loud clang of what turned out to be a large brass candlestick, flung with all his force by poor Tom Ludlow over the banisters, and rattling with a rebound down the second flight of stairs, and almost concurrently with this, Tom burst open my door and bounced into my room backwards in a state of extraordinary agitation. I had jumped out of bed and clutched him by the arm before I had any distinct idea of my own whereabouts. There we were, in our shirts, standing before the open door, staring through the great old banister opposite at the lobby window, through which the sickly light of a clouded moon was gleaming. "What's the matter, Tom? What's the matter with you?" "What the devil's the matter with you, Tom?" I demanded, shaking him with nervous impatience. He took a long breath before he answered me, and then it was not very coherently. "It's nothing at all. Did I speak? What did I say? Where's the candle, Richard? It's dark. I had a candle." "Yes, dark enough," I said. "But what's the matter? What is it? Why don't you speak, Tom? Have you lost your wits? What is the matter?"
"The matter? Oh, it is all over. It must have been a dream. Nothing at all but a dream. Don't you think so? It could not be anything more than a dream."
"Of course," said I, feeling uncommonly nervous, "it was a dream."
"I thought," he said, "there was a man in my room, and I jumped out of bed, and where's the candle?"
"In your room, most likely," I said. "Shall I go and bring it?"
"No, stay here. Don't go. It's no matter. Don't, I tell you. It was all a dream. Bolt the door, Dick. I'll stay here with you. I feel nervous. So,
Dick, like a good fellow, light your candle and open the window. I'm in a shocking state." I did as he asked me, and robing himself like Grenouille in one of my blankets, he seated himself close beside my bed. Everyone knows how contagious is fear of all sorts, but more especially that particular kind of fear under which poor Tom was at that moment labouring. I would not have heard, nor I believe would he have recapitulated, just at that moment, for half the world, the details of the hideous vision which had so unmanned him. "Don't mind telling me anything about your nonsensical dream, Tom," said I, affecting contempt, really in a panic. "Let us talk about something else. But it is quite plain that this dirty old house disagrees with us both, and hang me if I stay here longer to be pestered with indigestion and bad nights, so we may as well look out for lodgings, don't you think so, at once?" Tom agreed, and after an interval said,
"I have been thinking, Richard, that it is a long time since I saw my father, and I have made up my mind to go down to-morrow and return in a day or two, and you can take rooms for us in the meantime." I fancied that this resolution, obviously the result of the vision which had so profoundly scared him, would probably vanish next morning with the damps and shadows of night. But I was mistaken. Off went Tom at peep of day to the country, having agreed that so soon as I had secured suitable lodgings I was to recall him by letter from his visit to my Uncle Ludlow. Now, anxious as I was to change my quarters, it so happened, owing to a series of petty procrastinations and accidents, that nearly a week elapsed before my bargain was made, and my letter of recall on the wing to Tom, and in the meantime a trifling adventure or two had occurred to your humble servant, which, absurd as they now appear, diminished by distance, did certainly at the time serve to whet my appetite for change considerably. A night or two after the departure of my comrade, I was sitting by my bedroom fire, the door locked, and the ingredients of a tumbler of hot whisky punch upon the crazy spider table, for, as the best mode of keeping the black spirits white and blue spirits in grey, with which I was environed, at bay, I had adopted the practice recommended by the wisdom of my ancestors, and kept my spirits up by pouring spirits down. I had thrown aside my volume of anatomy, and was treating myself by way of a tonic, preparatory to my punch in bed, to a half-dozen pages of the Spectator, when I heard a step on the flight of stairs descending from the attics. It was 2 o'clock, and the streets were as silent as a churchyard. The sounds were therefore perfectly distinct. There was a slow heavy tread, characterized by the emphasis and deliberation of age, descending by the narrow staircase from above. And what made the sound most singular, it was plain that the feet which produced it were perfectly bare, measuring the descent with something between a pound and a flop, very ugly to hear. I knew well that my attendant had gone away many hours before, and that nobody but myself had any business in the house. It was quite plain also that the person who was coming downstairs had no intention whatever of concealing his movements, but, on the contrary, appeared disposed to make even more noise, and proceed even more deliberately, than was at all necessary. When the step reached the foot of the stairs outside my room, it seemed to stop, and I expected every moment to see my door open spontaneously, and give admission to the original of my detested portrait. I was, however, relieved in a few seconds by hearing the descent renewed, just in the same manner, upon the staircase leading down to the drawing-rooms, and thence, after another pause, down the next flight, and so on to the hall, whence I heard no more. Now, by the time the sound had ceased, I was wound up, as they say, to a very unpleasant pitch of excitement. I listened, but there was not a stir. I screwed up my courage to a decisive experiment, opened my door, and in a stentorian voice boiled over the banisters, "Who's there?" There was no answer, but the ringing of my own voice through the empty old house, no renewal of movement, nothing, in short, to give my unpleasant sensations a definite direction. There is, I think, something most disagreeably disenchanting in the sound of one's own voice under such circumstances, exerted in solitude and in vain. It redoubled my sense of isolation, and my misgivings increased on perceiving that the door, which I certainly thought I had left open, was closed behind me. In a vague alarm lest my retreat should be cut off, I got again into my room as quickly as I could, where I remained in a state of imaginary blockade, and very uncomfortable indeed, till morning. Next night brought no return of my barefooted fellow-lodger, but the night following, being in my bed and in the dark, somewhere, I suppose, about the same hour as before, I distinctly heard the old fellow again descending from the garrets. This time I had had my punch, and the morale of the garrison was consequently excellent. Jumped out of bed, clutched the poker as I passed the expiring fire, and in a moment was upon the lobby. The sound had ceased by this time. The dark and chill were discouraging, and guess my horror when I saw, or thought I saw, a black monster, whether in the shape of a man or a bear I could not say, standing with its back to the wall, on the lobby, facing me, with a pair of great greenish eyes shining dimly out. Now I must be frank and confess that the cupboard which displayed our plates and cups stood just there, though at the moment I did not recollect it. At the same time I must honestly say that, making every allowance for an excited imagination, I never could satisfy myself that I was made the dupe of my own fancy in this matter. For this apparition, after one or two shiftings of shape, as if in the act of incipient transformation, began, as it seemed on second thoughts, to advance upon me in its original form. From an instinct of terror rather than of courage, I hurled the poker with all my force at its head, and to the music of a horrid crash made my way into my room and double-locked the door. Then, in a minute more, I heard the horrid bare feet walk down the stairs, till the sound ceased in the hall as on the former occasion. If the apparition of the night before was an ocular delusion of my fancy sporting with the dark outlines of our cupboard, and if its horrid eyes were nothing but a pair of inverted teacups, I had at all events the satisfaction of having launched the poker with admirable effect, and in true fancy phrase knocked its 2 daylights into 1, as the commingled fragments of my tea service testified. I did my best to gather comfort and courage from these evidences, but it would not do. And then what could I say of those horrid bare feet, and the regular tramp, tramp, tramp which measured the distance of the entire staircase through the solitude of my haunted dwelling, and an hour when no good influence was stirring? Confound it! The whole affair was abominable. I was out of spirits and dreaded the approach of night. It came, ushered ominously in with a thunderstorm and dull torrents of depressing rain. Earlier than usual the streets grew silent, and by 12 o'clock nothing but the comfortless pattering of the rain was to be heard. I made myself as snug as I could. I lighted 2 candles instead of 1. I forswore bed, and held myself in readiness for a sally, candle in hand, for coûte qui coûte I was resolved to see the being, if visible at all, who troubled the nightly stillness of my mansion. I was fidgety and nervous, and tried in vain to interest myself with my books. I walked up and down my room, whistling in turn martial and hilarious music, and listening ever and anon for the dreaded noise. I sat down and stared at the square label on the solemn and reserved-looking black bottle until Flanagan and Company's best old malt whisky grew into a sort of subdued accompaniment to all the fantastic and horrible speculations which chased one another through my brain. Silence, meanwhile, grew more silent, and darkness darker. I listened in vain for the rumble of a vehicle or the dull clamour of a distant row. There was nothing but the sound of a rising wind, which had succeeded the thunderstorm that had travelled over the Dublin mountains quite out of hearing. In the middle of this great city I began to feel myself alone with nature, and heaven knows what beside. My courage was ebbing. Punch, however, which makes beasts of so many, made a man of me again, just in time to hear with tolerable nerve and firmness the lumpy, flabby, naked feet deliberately descending the stairs again. I took a candle, not without a tremor. As I crossed the floor, I tried to extemporize a prayer, but stopped short to listen, and never finished it. The steps continued. I confess I hesitated for some seconds at the door before I took heart of grace and opened it. When I peeped out, the lobby was perfectly empty. There was no monster standing on the staircase,
and as the detested sound ceased, I was reassured enough to venture forward nearly to the banisters. Horror of horrors! Within a stair or two beneath the spot where I stood, the unearthly treads smote the floor. My eye caught something in motion. It was about the size of Goliath's foot. It was grey, heavy, and flapped with a dead weight from one step to another. As I am alive, it was the most monstrous grey rat I ever beheld or imagined. Shakespeare says, "Some men here cannot abide a gaping pig, and some that are mad if they behold a cat." I went well nigh out of my wits when I beheld this rat. For, laugh at me as you may, it fixed upon me, I thought, a perfectly human expression of malice. And, as it shuffled about and looked up into my face almost from beneath my feet, I saw I could swear it. I felt it then, and know it now, the infernal gaze in the accursed countenance of my old friend in the portrait, transfused into the visage of the bloated vermin before me. I bounced into my room again with a feeling of loathing and horror I cannot describe, and locked and bolted my door as if a lion had been at the other side. Damn him, or it! Curse the portrait and its original! I felt in my soul that the rat, yes, the rat I had just seen, was that evil being in masquerade, and rambling through the house upon some infernal night lark. Next morning I was early, trudging through the miry streets, and among other transactions posted a peremptory note recalling Tom. On my return, however, I found a note from my absent chum announcing his intended return next day. I was doubly rejoiced at this, because I had succeeded in getting rooms, and because the change of scene and return of my comrade were rendered specially pleasant by the last night's half-ridiculous, half-horrible adventure. I slept extemporaneously in my new quarters in Diggs's Street that night, and next morning returned for breakfast to the haunted mansion, where I was certain Tom would call immediately on his arrival. I was quite right. Came, and almost his first question referred to the primary object of our change of residence. "Thank God," he said with genuine fervour, on hearing that all was arranged. "On your account I am delighted. As to myself, I assure you that no earthly consideration could have induced me ever again to pass a night in this disastrous old house." "Confound the house!" I ejaculated, with a genuine mixture of fear and detestation. "We have not had a pleasant hour since we came to live here." And so I went on, and related incidentally my adventure with the plethoric old rat. "Well, if that were all," said my cousin, affecting to make light of the matter, "I don't think I should have minded it very much." "Ay, but it's I. Its countenance, my dear Tom," urged I. "If you had seen that, you would have felt it might be anything but what it seemed." "I incline to think the best conjurer in such a case would be an able-bodied cat," he said with a provoking chuckle. "But let us hear of your own adventure," I said tartly. At this challenge he looked uneasily round him. I had poked up a very unpleasant recollection. "You shall hear it, Dick. I'll tell it to you," he said. "Begad, sir, I should feel quite queer, though, telling it here, though we are too strong a body for ghosts to meddle with just now." Though he spoke this like a joke, I think it was serious calculation. Our Hebe was in a corner of the room, packing our cracked Delft tea and dinner services in a basket. She soon suspended operations, and with mouth and eyes wide open became an absorbed listener. Tom's experiences were told nearly in these words. "I saw it 3 times, Dick. 3 distinct times, and I am perfectly certain it meant me some infernal harm. I was, I say, in danger, in extreme danger, for if nothing else had happened, my reason would most certainly have failed me, unless I had escaped so soon. Thank God, I did escape. The first night of this hateful disturbance, I was lying in the attitude of sleep in that lumbering old bed. I hate to think of it. I was really wide awake, though I had put out my candle and was lying as quietly as I had been asleep. But although accidentally restless, my thoughts were running in a cheerful and agreeable channel. I think it must have been 2 o'clock at least when I thought I heard a sound in that odious dark recess at the far end of the bedroom. It was as if someone was drawing a piece of cord slowly along the floor, lifting it up, and dropping it softly down again in coils. I sat up once or twice in my bed, but could see nothing, so I concluded it must be mice in the wainscot. I felt no emotion graver than curiosity, and after a few minutes ceased to observe it. While lying in this state, strange to say, without at first a suspicion of anything supernatural, on a sudden I saw an old man, rather stout and square,
in a sort of roan red dressing-gown, and with a black cap on his head, moving swiftly and slowly in a diagonal direction from the recess across the floor of the bedroom, passing my bed at the foot, and entering the lumber closet at the left. He had something under his arm, his head hung a little to one side, and, merciful God, when I saw his face— Tom stopped for a while, and then said, "That awful countenance, which, living or dying, I never can forget, disclosed what he was. Without turning to the right or left, he passed beside me, and entered the closet by the bed's head. While this fearful and indescribable type of death and guilt was passing, I felt that I had no more power to speak or stir than if I had been myself a corpse. For hours after it had disappeared, I was too terrified and weak to move. As soon as daylight came, I took courage and examined the room, and especially the course which the frightful intruder had seemed to take. But there was not a vestige to indicate anybody's having passed there. No signs of any disturbing agency visible among the lumber that strewed the floor of the closet. I now began to recover a little. I was fagged and exhausted, and at last overpowered by a feverish sleep. I came down late, and finding you out of spirits on account of your dreams about the portrait, whose original I am now certain disclosed himself to me, I did not care to talk about the infernal vision. In fact, I was trying to persuade myself that the whole thing was an illusion, and I did not like to revive in their intensity the hated impressions of the past night, or to risk the constancy of my scepticism by recounting the tale of my sufferings. It required some nerve, I can tell you, to go to my haunted chamber next night and lie down quietly in the same bed," continued Tom. "I did so with a degree of trepidation, which, I am not ashamed to say, a very little matter would have sufficed to stimulate to downright panic. This night, however, passed off quietly enough, as also the next, and so too did 2 or 3 more. I grew more confident, and began to fancy that I believed in the theories of spectral illusions with which I had first vainly tried to impose upon my convictions. The apparition had been indeed altogether anomalous. It had crossed the room without any recognition of my presence. I had not disturbed it, and it had no mission to me. What, then, was the imaginable use of its crossing the room in a visible shape at all? Of course, if it had been in the closet instead of going there, as easily as it introduced itself into the recess without entering the chamber in a shape discernible by the senses. Besides, how the deuce had I seen it? It was a dark night. I had no candle, there was no fire, and yet I saw it as distinctly in colouring and outline as ever I beheld a human form. A cataleptic dream would explain it all, and I was determined that a dream it should be. One of the most remarkable phenomena connected with the practice of mendacity is the vast number of deliberate lies we tell ourselves, whom, of all persons, we can least expect to deceive. In all this, I need hardly tell you, Dick, I was simply lying to myself and did not believe one word of the wretched humbug. Yet I went on, as men will do, like persevering charlatans and impostors, who tire people into credulity by the mere force of reiteration. So I hoped to win myself over at last to a comfortable scepticism about the ghost. Had he not appeared a second time, that certainly was a comfort. And what, after all, did I care for him and his queer old tuggery and strange looks? Not a fig. I was nothing the worse for having seen him, and a good story the better. So I tumbled into bed, put out my candle, and, cheered by a loud drunken quarrel in the back lane, went fast asleep. From this slumber I awoke with a start. I knew I had had a horrible dream, but what it was I could not remember. My heart was thumping furiously. I felt bewildered and feverish. I sat up in the bed and looked about the room. A broad flood of moonlight came in through the curtainless window. Everything was as I had last seen it, and though the domestic squabble in the back lane was, unhappily for me, allayed, I yet could hear a pleasant fellow singing on his way home the then popular comic ditty called Murphy Delaney. Taking advantage of this diversion, I lay down again, with my face towards the fireplace, and, closing my eyes, did my best to think of nothing else but the song, which was every moment growing fainter in the distance. 'Twas Murphy Delaney, so funny and frisky, stepped into a shaven shop to get a skinful. He reeled out again pretty well lined with whisky, as fresh as a shamrock, as blind as a bull. The singer, whose condition I dare say resembled that of his hero, was soon too far off to regale my ears any more, and as his music died away, I myself sank into a doze, neither sound nor refreshing. Somehow the song had got into my head, and I went meandering on through the adventures of my respectable fellow countryman, who, on emerging from the shebeen shop, fell into a river, from which he was fished up to be set upon by a coroner's jury, who, having learned from a horse doctor that he was dead as a doornail, so there was no end, returned their verdict accordingly just as he returned to his senses, when an angry altercation and a pitched battle between the body and the coroner winds up the lay with due spirit and pleasantry. Through this ballad I continued with a weary monotony to plod down to the very last line, and then da capo, and so on in my uncomfortable half-sleep for how long I can't conjecture. I found myself at last, however, muttering, "Dead as a doornail," so there was an end, and something like another voice within me seemed to say, very faintly but sharply, "Dead, dead, dead, and may the Lord have mercy on your soul." And instantaneously I was wide awake and staring right before me from the pillow. Now, will you believe it, Dick? I saw the same accursed figure standing full front and gazing at me with its stony and fiendish countenance, not 2 yards from the bedside. Tom stopped here, and wiped the perspiration from his face. I felt very queer. The girl was as pale as Tom, and assembled as we were in the very scene of these adventures, we were all, I dare say, equally grateful for the clear daylight and the resuming bustle out of doors. For about 3 seconds only I saw it plainly. Then it grew indistinct. But for a long time there was something like a column of dark vapour where it had been standing, between me and the wall, and I felt sure that he was still there. After a good while this appearance went too. I took my clothes downstairs to the hall, and dressed there with the door half open, then went out into the street and walked about the town till morning, when I came back in a miserable state of nervousness and exhaustion. I was such a fool, Dick, as to be ashamed to tell you how I came to be so upset. I thought you would laugh at me, especially as I had always talked philosophy and treated your ghosts with contempt. I concluded you would give me no quarter, so kept the tale of horror to myself. Now, Dick, you will hardly believe me when I assure you that for many nights after this last experience I did not go to my room at all. I used to sit up for a while in the drawing-room after you had gone to your bed, and then steal down softly to the hall door, let myself out, and sit in the Robin Hood Tavern until the last guest went off, and then I got through the night like a sentry, pacing the streets till morning. For more than a week I never slept in bed. I sometimes had a snooze on a form in the Robin Hood, and sometimes a nap in a chair during the day, but regular sleep I had absolutely none. I was quite resolved that we should get into another house, but I could not bring myself to tell you the reason. I somehow put it off from day to day, although my life was, during every hour of this procrastination, rendered as miserable as that of a felon with the constables on his track. I was growing absolutely ill from this wretched mode of life. One afternoon I determined to enjoy an hour's sleep upon your bed. I hated mine, so that I had never, except in a stealthy visit every day to unmake it, lest Martha should discover the secret of my nightly absence, entered the ill-omened chamber. As ill luck would have it, you had locked your bedroom and taken away the key. I went into my own to unsettle the bedclothes, as usual, and give the bed the appearance of having been slept in. Now, a variety of circumstances occurred to bring about the dreadful scene through which I was that night to pass. In the first place, I was literally overpowered with fatigue and longing for sleep. In the next place, the effect of this extreme exhaustion upon my nerves resembled that of a narcotic, and rendered me less susceptible than perhaps I should in any other condition have been of the exciting fears which had become habitual to me. Then again, a little bit of the window was open, a pleasant freshness pervaded the room, and to crown all, the cheerful sun of day was making the room quite pleasant. What was to prevent my enjoying an hour's nap here? The whole air was resonant with the cheerful hum of life, and the broad matter-of-fact light of day filled every corner of the room. I yielded, stifling my qualms, to the almost overpowering temptation, and merely throwing off my coat and loosening my cravat, I lay down, limiting myself to half an hour's doze, in the unwonted enjoyment of a feather bed, a coverlet, and a bolster. It was horribly insidious, and the demon no doubt marked my infatuated preparations. Dolt that I was, I fancied, with mind and body worn out for want of sleep, and an arrear of a full week's rest to my credit, that such measures as half an hour's sleep in such a situation was possible. My sleep was death-like, long and dreamless. Without start or fearful sensation of any kind, I waked gently, but completely. It was, as you have good reason to remember, long past midnight, I believe about 2 o'clock. When sleep had been deep and long enough to satisfy nature thoroughly, one often wakens in this way, suddenly, tranquilly, and completely. There was a figure seated in that lumbering old sofa-chair near the fireplace. Its back was rather towards me, but I could not be mistaken. It turned slowly round, and, merciful heavens, there was the stony face, with its infernal lineaments of malignity and despair, gloating on me. There was now no doubt as to its consciousness of my presence, and the hellish malice with which it was animated, for it arose, and drew close to the bedside. There was a rope about its neck, and the other end, coiled up, it held stiffly in its hand. My good angel nerved me for this horrible crisis. I remained for some seconds transfixed by the gaze of this tremendous phantom. He came close to the bed, and appeared on the point of mounting upon it. The next instant I was upon the floor at the far side, and in a moment was, I don't know how, upon the lobby. But the spell was not yet broken. The valley of the shadow of death was not yet traversed. The abhorred phantom stood before me there. It was standing near the banisters, stooping a little, and with one end of the rope round its neck was poising a noose at the other, as if to throw it over mine, and while engaged in this baleful pantomime, it wore a smile so sensual, so unspeakably dreadful, that my senses were nearly overpowered. I saw and remember nothing more until I found myself in your room. I had a wonderful escape, Dick. There is no disputing that. An escape for which, while I live, I shall bless the mercy of heaven. No one can conceive or imagine what it is for flesh and blood to stand in the presence of such a thing. But one who has had the terrific experience, Dick, a shadow has passed over me. A chill has crossed my blood and marrow, and I will never be the same again. Never, Dick, never. Our handmaid, a mature girl of 52, as I have said, stayed her hand, as Tom's story proceeded, and by little and little drew near to us, with open mouth, and her brows contracted over her little beady black eyes, till, stealing a glance over her shoulder now and then, she established herself close behind us. During the relation she had made various earnest comments in an undertone, but these and her ejaculations, for the sake of brevity and simplicity, I have omitted in my narration. "It's often I heard tell of it," she now said, "but I never believed it rightly till now, though indeed, why should not I? Does not my mother down here in the lane know queer stories, God bless us, beyond telling about it? But you ought not to have slept in the back room. She was loath to let me be going in and out of that room even in the daytime, let alone for any Christian to spend the night in it. For sure she says it was his own bedroom." "Whose own bedroom?" we asked in a breath. "Why, his, the old judge's. Judge Horrocks, to be sure, God rest his soul." And she looked fearfully round. "Amen," I muttered. "But did he die there?" "Die there? No, not quite there," she said. "Sure, was it not over the banisters he hung himself, the old sinner, God be merciful to us all? And was not it in the alcove they found the handles of the skipping rope cut off, and the knife where he was settling the cord, God bless us, to hang himself with? It was his housekeeper's daughter owned the rope, my mother often told me, and the child never throve after, and used to be starting up out of his sleep and screeching in the night time, with dreams and frights that come on her. And they said how it was the spirit of the old judge that was tormenting her, and she used to be roaring and yelling out to hold back the big old fellow with the crooked neck, and then she'd screech, 'Oh, the master, he's snapping at me and beckoning to me, mother darling, don't let me go.' And so the poor creature died at last, and the doctors said it was rather on the brain, for it was all they could say." "How long ago was all this?" I asked. "Oh, then, how would I know?" she answered. "But it must be a wonderful long time ago, for the housekeeper was an old woman with a pipe in her mouth, and not a tooth left, and better not 80 years old when my mother was first married. And they said she was a real buxom fine-dressed woman when the old judge come to his end, and indeed
My mother's not far from 80 years old herself this day, and what made it worse for the unnatural old villain, God rest his soul, to frighten the little girl out of the world the way he did, was what was mostly thought and believed by every one. My mother says how the poor little creature was his own child, for he was by all accounts an old villain every way, and the hangingest judge that ever was known in Ireland's ground."
"From what you said about the danger of sleeping in that room," said I suppose there were stories about the ghost having appeared there to others."
"Well, there was things, and queer things, surely,"
she answered, as it seemed with some reluctance.
"And why would not there? Sure was it not up in that same room he slept for more than 20 years? And was it not in the alcove he got the rope ready that done his own business at last, the way he done many a better man in his lifetime? And was not the body lying in the same bed after death, and put in the coffin there too, and carried out to his grave from it in Pater's churchyard, after the coroner was done? But there were queer stories, my mother has them all, about how one Nicholas Spade got into trouble on the head of it."
"And what did they say of this Nicholas Spade?" I asked.
"Oh, for that matter, it's soon told," she answered.
And she certainly did relate a very strange story, which so piqued my curiosity that I took occasion to visit the ancient lady, her mother, from whom I learned many very curious particulars. Indeed, I was tempted to tell the tale, but my fingers are weary, and I must defer it. But if you wish to hear it another time, I shall do my best. When we had heard the strange tale I have not told you, we put one or two further questions to her about the alleged spectral visitations to which the house had, ever since the death of the wicked old judge, been subjected.
"No one ever had luck in it," she told us. "There was always cross accidents, sudden deaths, and short times in it. The first took it was a family, I forget their name, but at any rate there were 2 young ladies and their papa. He was about 60, and a stout healthy gentleman as you'd wish to see at that age. Well, he slept in that unlucky back bedroom, and God between us and harm, sure enough he was found dead one morning half out of his bed, with his head as black as a shoe, and swelled like a puddin' hanging down near the floor. It was a fit, they said. He was as dead as a mackerel, and so he could not say what it was. But the old people were all sure that it was nothing at all but the old judge. God bless us, that frightened him out of his senses and his life together. Some time after, there was a rich old maiden lady took the house. I don't know which room she slept in, but she lived alone, and at any rate one morning the servants going down early to their work found her sitting on the passage stairs shivering and talking to herself quite mad, and never a word more could any of them of her friends get from her ever afterwards but, 'Don't ask me to go, for I promised to wait for him.' They never made out from her who it was she meant by him, but of course those that knew all about the old house were at no loss for the meaning of all that happened to her. Then afterwards, when the house was let out in lodgings, there was Mickey Byrne that took the same room, with his wife and 3 children, and sure I heard Mrs. Byrne myself telling how the children used to be lifted up in the bed at night, she could not see by what means, and how they were starting and screeching every hour, just all as one as the housekeeper's little girl that died, till at last one night poor Mickey had a drop in him, the way he used now and again, and what do you think in the middle of the night she thought he heard a noise on the stairs, and being in liquor, nothing less I'd do him, but out he must go himself to see what was wrong. Well, after that, all she ever heard of him was him saying, 'Oh God,' and a tumble that shook the very house, and there sure enough he was lying on the lower stairs under the lobby, with his neck smashed double under him, where he was flung over the banisters."
Then the handmaiden added,
"I'll go down to the lane and send up Joe Garvey to pack up the rest of the tea things, and bring all the things across to your new lodgings."
And so we sallied out together, each of us breathing more freely, I have no doubt, as we crossed that ill-omened threshold for the last time. Now, I may add thus much, in compliance with the immemorial usage of the realm of fiction, which sees the hero not only through his adventures, but fairly out of the world. You must have perceived that what the flesh, blood, and bone hero of romance proper is to the regular compounder of fiction, this old house of brick, wood, and mortar is to the humble recorder of this true tale. I therefore relate, as is duty bound, the catastrophe which ultimately befell it, which was simply this: that about 2 years subsequently to my story, it was taken by a quack doctor who called himself Baron Dulsturf, and filled the parlour windows with bottles of indescribable horrors preserved in brandy, and the newspapers with the usual grandiloquent and mendacious advertisements. This gentleman, among his virtues, did not reckon sobriety, and one night, being overcome with much wine, he set fire to his curtains, partially burned himself, and totally consumed the house. It was afterwards rebuilt, and for a time an undertaker established himself in the premises. I have now told you my own and Tom's adventures, together with some valuable collateral particulars, and having acquitted myself of my engagement, I wish you a very good night and pleasant dreams. End of An Account of Some Strange Disturbances in Angier Street, by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. The Eyes of the Panther, by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Eyes of the Panther, by Ambrose Bierce. 1. One does not always marry when insane. A man and a woman, nature had done the grouping, sat on a rustic seat in the late afternoon. The man was middle-aged, slender, swarthy, with the expression of a poet and the complexion of a pirate, a man at whom one would look again. The woman was young, blonde, graceful, with something in her figure and movements suggesting the word lithe. She was habited in a grey gown, with odd brown markings in the texture. She may have been beautiful. One could not readily say, for her eyes denied attention to all else. They were grey-green, long and narrow, with an expression defying analysis. One could only know that they were disquieting. Cleopatra may have had such eyes. The man and the woman talked. "Yes," said the woman, "I love you, God knows, but marry you, no, I cannot, will not." "Irene, you have said that many times, yet always have denied me a reason. I've a right to know, to understand, to feel and prove my fortitude if I have it. Give me a reason." "For loving you?" The woman was smiling through her tears and her pallor. That did not stir any sense of humour in the man. "No, there is no reason for that. A reason for not marrying me. I've a right to know. I must know. I will know." He had risen, and was standing before her with clenched hands, on his face a frown. It might have been called a scowl. He looked as if he might attempt to learn by strangling her. She smiled no more, merely sat looking up into his face with a fixed, set regard that was utterly without emotion or sentiment. Yet it had something in it that tamed his resentment and made him shiver. "You are determined to have my reason?" she asked in a tone that was entirely mechanical, a tone that might have been her look made audible. "If you please, if I'm not asking too much." Apparently, this lord of creation was yielding some part of his dominion over his co-creature. "Very well, you shall know. I am insane." The man started, then looked incredulous, and was conscious that he ought to be amused. But again the sense of humour failed him in his need, and despite his disbelief he was profoundly disturbed by that which he did not believe. Between our convictions and our feelings there is no good understanding. "That is what the physicians would say," the woman continued, "if they knew. I might myself prefer to call it a case of possession. Sit down and hear what I have to say." The man silently resumed his seat beside her on the rustic bench by the wayside. Over against them on the eastern side of the valley the hills were already sunset-flushed,
and the stillness all about was of that peculiar quality that foretells the twilight. Something of its mysterious and significant solemnity had imparted itself to the man's mood. In the spiritual, as in the material world, are signs and presages of night. Rarely meeting her look, and whenever he did so conscious of the indefinable dread with which, despite their feline beauty, her eyes always affected him, Jenner Brading listened in silence to the story told by Irene Marlowe. In deference to the reader's possible prejudice against the artless method of an unpractised historian, the author ventures to substitute his own version for hers. 2. A room may be too narrow for three, though one is outside. In a little log house containing a single room, sparely and rudely furnished, crouching on the floor against one of the walls, was a woman, clasping to her breast a child. Outside, a dense, unbroken forest extended for many miles in every direction. This was at night, and the room was black dark. No human eye could have discerned the woman and the child. Yet they were observed, narrowly, vigilantly, with never even a momentary slackening of attention. And that is the pivotal fact upon which this narrative turns. Charles Marlowe was of the class, now extinct in this country, of woodmen pioneers, men who found their most acceptable surroundings in sylvan solitudes that stretched along the eastern slope of the Mississippi Valley, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. For more than 100 years these men pushed ever westward, generation after generation, with rifle and axe, reclaiming from nature and her savage children here and there an isolated acreage for the plough, no sooner reclaimed than surrendered to their less venturesome but more thrifty successors. At last they burst through the edge of the forest into the open country and vanished as if they had fallen over a cliff. The woodman pioneer is no more, the pioneer of the plains, he whose easy task it was to subdue for occupancy 2/3 of the country in a single generation, is another and inferior creation. With Charles Marlowe in the wilderness, sharing the dangers, hardships, and privations of that strange, unprofitable life, were his wife and child, to whom, in the manner of his class, in which the domestic virtues were a religion, he was passionately attached. The woman was still young enough to be comely, new enough to the awful isolation of her lot to be cheerful, by withholding the large capacity for happiness which the simple satisfactions of the forest life could not have filled. Heaven had dealt honourably with her. In her light household tasks, her child, her husband, and her few foolish books she found abundant provisions for her need. One morning in midsummer Marlowe took down his rifle from the wooden hooks on the wall, and signified his intention of getting game.
"We've meat enough," said his wife. "Please don't go outside today. I dreamed last night. Oh, such a dreadful thing! I cannot recollect it, but I'm almost sure that it will come to pass if you go out."
It is painful to confess that Marlowe received this solemn statement with less of gravity than was due to the mysterious nature of the calamity foreshadowed. In truth, he laughed. "Try to remember," he said. "Maybe you dreamed that baby had lost the power of speech." The conjecture was obviously suggested by the fact that baby, clinging to the fringe of his hunting coat with all her 10 pudgy thumbs, was at that moment uttering her sense of the situation in a series of exultant goo-goos inspired by sight of her father's raccoon skin-cap. The woman yielded. Lacking the gift of humour, she could not hold out against his kindly badinage. So, with a kiss for the mother and a kiss for the child, he left the house and closed the door upon his happiness forever. At nightfall he had not returned. The woman prepared supper and waited. Then she put baby to bed and sang softly to her until she slept. By this time the fire on the hearth at which she had cooked supper had burned out, and the room was lighted by a single candle. This she afterward placed in the open window as a sign and welcome to the hunter if he should approach from that side. She had thoughtfully closed and barred the door against such wild animals as might prefer it to an open window. Of the habits of beasts of prey in entering a house uninvited she was not advised, though with true female prevision she may have considered the possibility of their entrance by way of the chimney. As the night wore on she became not less anxious, but more drowsy, and at last rested her arms upon the bed by the child and her head upon the arms. The candle in the window burned down to the socket, sputtered and flared a moment, and went out unobserved, for the woman slept and dreamed. In her dreams she sat beside the cradle of a second child. The first one was dead. The father was dead. The home in the forest was lost, and the dwelling in which she lived was unfamiliar. There were heavy oaken doors, always closed, and outside the windows, fastened into the thick stone walls, were iron bars. Obviously, so she thought, a provision against Indians. All this she noted with an infinite self-pity, but without surprise, an emotion unknown in dreams. The child in the cradle was invisible under its coverlet, which something impelled her to remove. She did so, disclosing the face of a wild animal. In the shock of this dreadful revelation the dreamer awoke, trembling in the darkness of her cabin in the wood. As a sense of her actual surroundings came slowly back to her, she felt for the child that was not a dream, and assured herself by its breathing that all was well with it. Nor could she forbear to pass a hand lightly across its face. Then, moved by some impulse for which she probably could not have accounted, she rose and took the sleeping babe in her arms, holding it close against her breast. The head of the child's cot was against the wall, to which the woman now turned her back as she stood. Lifting her eyes, she saw two bright objects staring the darkness with a reddish-green glow. She took them to be two coals on the hearth, but with her returning sense of direction came the disquieting consciousness that they were not in that quarter of the room, moreover were too high, being nearly at the level of the eyes of her own eyes. For these were the eyes of a panther. The beast was at the open window, directly opposite and not 5 paces away. Nothing but those terrible eyes was visible, but in the dreadful tumult of her feelings, as the situation disclosed itself to her understanding, she somehow knew that the animal was standing on its hinder feet, supporting itself with its paws on the window ledge. That signified a malign interest, not the mere gratification of an indolent curiosity. The consciousness of the attitude was an added horror, accentuating the menace of those awful eyes, in whose steadfast fire her strength and courage were alike consumed. Under their silent questioning she shuddered and turned sick. Her knees failed her, and by degrees, instinctively striving to avoid a sudden movement that might bring the beast upon her, she sank to the floor, crouched against the wall, and tried to shield the babe with her trembling body, without withdrawing her gaze from the luminous orbs that were killing her. No thought of her husband came to her in her agony, no hope nor suggestion of rescue or escape. Her capacity for thought and feeling had narrowed to the dimensions of a single emotion, fear of the animal's spring, of the impact of its body, the buffeting of its great arms, the feel of its teeth in her throat, the mangling of her babe. Motionless now and in absolute silence she waited her doom, the moments growing to hours, to years, to ages, and still those devilish eyes maintained their watch. Returning to his cabin late at night with a deer on his shoulders, Charles Marlowe tried the door. It did not yield. He knocked. There was no answer. He laid down his deer and went round to the window. As he turned the angle of the building he fancied he heard a sound as of stealthy footfalls and a rustling in the undergrowth of the forest, but they were too slight for certainty, even to his practised ear. Approaching the window, and to his surprise finding it open, He threw his leg over the sill and entered. All was darkness and silence. He groped his way to the fireplace, struck a match, and lit a candle. Then he looked about. Cowering on the floor against a wall was his wife, clasping his child. As he sprang toward her, she rose and broke into laughter, long, loud, and mechanical, devoid of gladness and devoid of sense, the laughter that is not out of keeping with the clanking of a chain. Hardly knowing what he did, he extended his arms. She laid the babe in them. It was dead, pressed to death in its mother's embrace. 3. The theory of the defense. That is what occurred during a night in a forest. But not all of it did Irene Marlowe relate to Jenner Brading. Not all of it was known to her. When she had concluded, the sun was below the horizon, and the long summer twilight had begun to deepen in the hollows of the land. For some moments Brading was silent, expecting the narrative to be carried forward to some definite connection with the conversation introducing it. But the narrator was as silent as he, her face averted, her hands clasping and unclasping themselves as they lay in her lap, with a singular suggestion of an activity independent of her will. "It is a sad, a terrible story," said Brading at last, "but I do not understand. You call Charles Marlowe father, that I know. That he is, old before his time, broken by some great sorrow I have seen or thought I saw. But, pardon me, you said that I am insane?" said the girl without a movement of head or body. "But, Irene, you say— Please, dear, do not look away from me. You say that the child was dead, not demented." "Yes, that one. I am the second. I was born 3 months after that night, my mother being mercifully permitted to lay down her life in giving me mine." Brading was again silent. He was a trifle dazed, and could not at once think of the right thing to say. Her face was still turned away. In his embarrassment he reached impulsively towards the hands that lay closing and unclosing in her lap. But something, he could not have said what, restrained him. He then remembered vaguely that he had never altogether cared to take her hand. "It is likely," she resumed, "that a person born under such circumstances is like others, is what you call sane." Brading did not reply. He was preoccupied with a new thought that was taking shape in his mind, what a scientist would have called an hypothesis, a detective a theory. It might throw an added light, albeit a lurid one, upon such doubt of her sanity as her own assertion had not dispelled. The country was still new, and outside the villages sparsely populated. The professional hunter was still a familiar figure, and among his trophies were heads and pelts of the larger kind of game. Tales variously credible of nocturnal meetings with savage animals in lonely roads were sometimes current, passed through the customary stages of growth and decay, and were forgotten. A recent addition to these popular apocrypha, originating apparently by spontaneous generation in several households, was of a panther which had frightened some of their members by looking in at windows by night. The yarn had caused its little ripple of excitement, had even attained to the distinction of a place in the local newspaper. But Brading had given it no attention. Its likeness to the story to which he had just listened now impressed him as perhaps more than accidental. Was it not possible that the one story had suggested the other, that finding congenial conditions in a morbid mind and a fertile fancy, it had grown to the tragic tale that he had heard? Brading recalled such circumstances of the girl's history and disposition, of which, with love's incuriosity, he had hitherto been heedless, such as her solitary life with her father, at whose house no one, apparently, was an acceptable visitor, and her strange fear of the night, by which those who knew her best accounted for her never being seen after dark. Surely, in such a mind, Imagination once kindled might burn with a lawless flame, penetrating and enveloping the entire structure. That she was mad, though the conviction gave him the acutest pain, he could no longer doubt. She had only mistaken an effect of her mental disorder for its cause, bringing into imaginary relation with her own personality the vagaries of the local myth-makers. With some vague intention of testing his new theory, and no definite notion of how to set about it, he said, gravely but with hesitation, "Irene, dear, tell me, I beg you will not take offence, but tell me." "I have told you," she interrupted, speaking with a passionate earnestness that he had not known her to show. "I have already told you that we cannot marry. Is anything else worth saying?" Before he could stop her, she had sprung from her seat and without another word or look was gliding away among the trees toward her father's house. Brading had risen to detain her. He stood watching her in silence until she had vanished in the gloom. Suddenly he started as if he had been shot. His face took on an expression of amazement and alarm. In one of the black shadows into which she had disappeared, he had caught a quick, brief glimpse of shining eyes. For an instant he was dazed and irresolute. Then he dashed into the wood after her, shouting, "Irene! Irene, look out! The panther! The panther!" In a moment he had passed through the fringe of forest into open ground, and saw the girl's grey skirt vanishing into her father's door. No panther was visible. 4. An appeal to the conscience of God. Jenner Brading, attorney at law, lived in a cottage at the edge of the town. Directly behind the dwelling was the forest. Being a bachelor and therefore, by the draconian moral code of the time and place, denied the services of the only species of domestic servant known thereabout, the hired girl, he boarded at the village hotel, where also was his office. The woodside cottage was merely a lodging maintained at no great cost, to be sure, as an evidence of prosperity and respectability. It would hardly do for one to whom the local newspaper had pointed with pride as the foremost jurist of his time to be homeless, albeit he may sometimes have suspected that the words home and house were not strictly synonymous. Indeed, his consciousness of the disparity and his will to harmonize it were matters of logical inference, for it was generally reported that soon after the cottage was built its owner had made a futile venture in the direction of marriage, had in truth gone so far as to be rejected by the beautiful but eccentric daughter of old man Marlowe, the recluse. This was publicly believed because he had told it himself, and she had not, a reversal of the usual order of things, which could hardly fail to carry conviction. Brading's bedroom was at the rear of the house, with a single window facing the forest. One night he was awakened by a noise at that window. He could hardly have said what it was like. With a little thrill of the nerves he sat up in bed and laid hold of the revolver which, with a forethought most commendable in one addicted to the habit of sleeping on the ground floor with an open window, he had put under his pillow. The room was in absolute darkness, but being unterrified he knew where to direct his eyes, and there he held them, awaiting in silence what further might occur. He could now dimly discern the aperture, a square of lighter black. Presently there appeared at its lower edge two gleaming eyes that burned with a malignant lustre inexpressibly terrible. Brading's heart gave a great jump, then seemed to stand still. A chill passed along his spine and through his hair. He felt the blood forsake his cheeks. He could not have cried out, not to save his life. But being a man of courage, he would not, to save his life, have done so if he had been able. Some trepidation his coward body might feel, but his spirit was of sterner stuff. Slowly the shining eyes rose with a steady motion that seemed an approach, and slowly rose Brading's right hand holding the pistol. He fired. Blinded by the flash and stunned by the report, Brading nevertheless heard, or fancied that he heard, the wild high scream of the panther, so human in sound, so devilish in suggestion. Leaping from the bed, he hastily clothed himself and, pistol in hand, sprang from the door, meeting 2 or 3 men who came running up from the road. A brief explanation was followed by a cautious search of the house. The grass was wet with dew. Beneath the window it had been trodden and partly levelled for a wide space, from which a devious trail, visible in the light of a lantern, led away into the bushes. One of the men stumbled and fell upon his hands, which as he rose and rubbed them together were slippery. On examination they were seen to be red with blood. An encounter, unarmed, with a wounded panther was not agreeable to their taste. All but Brading turned back. He, with lantern and pistol, pushed courageously forward into the wood. Passing through a difficult undergrowth, he came into a small opening, and there his courage had its reward. There he found the body of his victim, but it was no panther. What it was is told, even to this day, upon a weather-worn headstone in the village churchyard, and for many years was attested daily at the graveside by the bent figure and sorrow-seamed face of old man Marlowe, to whose soul, and to the soul of his strange unhappy child, peace and reparation.
End of The Eyes of the Panther by Ambrose Bierce. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
The Ghost in Love by Unknown. Translated by Georges Solier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Ghost in Love by Unknown. Translated by Georges Solier. On the 15th day of the first moon, in the second year of the period of renewed principles, the streets of the town of the Eastern Lake were thronged with people who were strolling about. At the setting of the sun, every shop was brightly lit up. Processions of people moved hither and thither. Strings of boys were carrying lanterns of every form and color. Whole families passed, every member of whom, young or old, small or big, was holding at the end of a thin bamboo the lighted image of a bird, an animal, or a flower. Richer ones, several together, were carrying enormous dragons whose luminous wings waved at every motion and whose glaring eyes rolled from right to left. It was the fête of the lanterns. A young man, clothed in a long pale green dress, allowed himself to be pushed about by the crowd. The passers-by bowed to him. "How is my Lord Li, the peaceful?" "The humble student thanks you. And you, how are you?" "Very well, thanks to your happy influence." "Does the precious student soon pass his second literary examination?" "In 2 months. Ignorant that I am idling instead of working." The fête was drawing to a close when the peaceful quitted the main street and went towards the east gate, where the house was to be found in which he lived alone. He went farther and farther. The moving lights were rarer. Ere long he only saw before him the fire of a white lantern decorated with 2 red peonies. The paper globe was swinging to the steps of a tiny girl, clothed in the blue linen that only slaves wore. The light, behind, showed the elegant silhouette of another woman, this one covered with a long jacket made in a rich pink silk edged with purple. As the student drew nearer, the belated walker turned round, showing an oval face and big long eyes, wherein shone a bright speck, cruel and mysterious. Li, the peaceful, slackened his pace, following the two strangers, whose small feet glided silently on the shining flagstones of the street. He was asking himself how he could begin a conversation, when the mistress turned round again, softly smiled, and in a low, rich voice said to him: "Is it not strange that in the advancing night we are following the same road?" "I owe it to the favor of Heaven," he at once replied, "for I am returning to the east gate. Otherwise I should never have dared to follow you." The conversation, once begun, continued as they walked side by side. The student learned that the pretty walker was called Double Peony, that she was the daughter of Judge Sioux, that she lived out of the city in a garden planted with big trees, on the road to the lake. On arriving at his house, the peaceful insisted that his new friend should enter and take a cup of tea. She hesitated. Then the two young people pushed the door, crossed the small yard bordered right and left with walls covered with tiles, and disappeared in the house. The servant remained under the portal. Daylight was breaking when the young girl came out again, calling the servant, who was asleep. The next evening she came again, always accompanied by the slave bearing the white lantern with two red peonies. It was the same each day following. A neighbor who had watched these nocturnal visits was inquisitive enough to climb the wall which separated his yard from that of the lovers, and to wait, hidden in the shade of the house. At the accustomed hour, the street door, left ajar, opened to let in the visitors. Once in the courtyard, they were suddenly transformed. Their eyes became flaming and red, their faces grew pale, their teeth seemed to lengthen, an icy mist escaped from their lips. The neighbor did not see any more. Terrified, he let himself slide to the ground and ran to his inner room. The next morning he went to the student and told him what he had seen. The lover was paralyzed with fear. In order to reassure himself, he resolved to find out everything he could about his mistress. He at once went outside the ramparts, on the road to the lake, hoping to find the house of Judge Sioux. But at the place he had been told of, there was no habitation. On the left, a fallow plain, sown with tombs, went up to the hills. On the right, cultivated fields extended as far as the lake. However, a small temple was hidden there under big trees. The student had given up all hope. He entered, notwithstanding, into the sacred enclosure, knowing that travelers stayed there sometimes for several weeks. In the first yard a bonze was passing in his red dress and shaven head. He stopped him. "Do you know Judge Sioux? He has a daughter." "Judge Sioux's daughter?" asked the priest, astonished. "Well, yes. But wait, I will show her to you." The peaceful felt his heart overflowing with joy. His beloved was living. He was going to see her by the light of day. He quickly followed his companion. Passing the first court, they crossed a threshold and found themselves in a yard planted with high pine trees and bordered by a low pavilion. The bonze, passing in first, pushed a door, and, turning round, said, "Here is Judge Sioux's daughter." The others stopped, terrified. On a trestle a heavy black lacquered coffin bore this inscription in golden letters: "Coffin of Double Peony, Judge Sioux's daughter." On the wall was an unfolded painting representing the little maid. A white lantern decorated with two red peonies was hung over it. Yes, she has been there for the last 2 years. Her parents, according to the rite, are waiting for a favorable day to bury her. The student silently turned on his heel and went back, not deigning to reply to the mocking bow of the priest. Evening arrived. He locked himself in, and covering his head with his blankets, he waited. Sleep came to him only at daybreak. But he could not cease to think of her whom he no longer saw. His heart beat as if to burst, when in the street he perceived the silhouette of a woman which reminded him of his friend. At last he was incapable of containing himself any longer. One evening he stationed himself behind the door. After a few minutes there was a knock. He opened the door. It was only the little maid. "My mistress is in tears. Why do you never open the door? I come every evening. If you will follow me, perhaps she will forgive you." The peaceful, blinded by love, started at once, walking by the light of the white lantern. The next day the neighbors, seeing that the student's door was open, and that his house was empty, made a declaration to the governor of the town. The police made an inquest. They collected the evidence of several people who had been watching the nightly visitors the student had received. The bonze of the temple outside the city walls came to say what he knew. The chief of the police went to the road leading to the lake. He crossed the threshold of the little edifice, passed the first yard, and at last opened the door of the pavilion. Everything was in order, but under the lid of the heavy coffin one could see the corner of the long green dress of the student. In order to do away with evil influences, there was a solemn funeral. Ever since this time, on light, clear nights, the passers-by often meet the two lovers entwined together, slowly walking on the road which leads to the lake. End of The Ghost in Love by Unknown, translated by George Soulier.
A Halloween Wraith by William Black. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. A Halloween Wraith by William Black. 1. The vast bulk of Ben Cleverig was dark in shadow, but the wide waters of Loch Naver shone a soft silver grey in the moonlight, as Hector McIntyre, keeper and forester in the far solitudes of Glencorn, came striding along the road toward Invermoodal. As he approached the little hamlet, which consists merely of the inn and its surroundings, and one or two capers' cottages, certain small points of red told him of its whereabouts among the black trees, and as he drew still nearer, he thought he would let the good people there know of his coming. Hector had brought his pipes with him, for there were to be great doings on this Halloween night, and now, when he had inflated the bag and tuned the drones, there sprang into the profound silence reigning everywhere around this wild skirl of the hills of Glenorchy. Surely the sound would reach and carry its message. If not, here was Gilead Rover, played still more bravely, and again the proud strains of the Glen's Mine. By which time he had got near to the inn, and was about to turn down from the highway by the semicircular drive passing the front door. But here he suddenly encountered a fearful sight. From out of the dusk of the wall surrounding the front garden, there came three luminous objects, three globes of a dull saffron hue, and on each of these appeared the features of a face, eyes, mouth, and nose, all flaming in fire. On beholding this terrible thing, the tall, brown-bearded forester turned and fled, and the pipes told of his dismay, for they shrieked and groaned and made all sorts of indescribable noises, as if they too were in mortal alarm. Then Mrs. Murray's three children, with victorious shouts of laughter, pursued the tall forester, and kept waving before them the hollowed-out turnips, with a bit of candle burning within. When he had got up to the corner of the road, Hector turned and addressed the children, who had come crowding round him, holding up their flaming turnips to cause him still further dismay. "Well now," said he, in the Gaelic, "there is a fearful thing to alarm any poor person with. Were you not thinking I should die of fright? And the pipes squealing as well.
for they never saw anything like that before. But never mind, we are going down to the house now, and do you know, Roland and Isabel, and you, little Shayna, do you know, I have brought you some of the fir tops that grow in Glengorm. For it is a wonderful place, Glengorm, and the fir tops that grow on the larches there are not as the fir tops that grow anywhere else. They are very small, and they are round, and some are pink, and some are blue, and some are black and white, and some others, why, they have an almond inside them. Oh, it is a wonderful place, Glengorm. But it is not always you can get the fir tops from the larches. It is only on some great occasion like the Hallowe'en night. And let me say now, if I put any of them in my pocket, here, Ronald, take the pipes from me, and hold them properly on your shoulder, for one day you will be playing Miss Ramsay Strathspey as well as any one, and I will search my pockets and say if I put any of those wonderful fir tops into them. The children knew very well what all this preamble meant, but neither they nor their elders could have told how it was that Hector McIntyre, every time he came to Invermoodal, brought with him packages of sweetmeats, though he lived in one of the most inaccessible districts in Sutherland, Glengorm being about 22 miles away from anywhere. However, here was a precious little parcels, and when they had been distributed, Hector took his pipes again, and escorted by his small friends, went down to the inn. Well, Mr. Murray, the innkeeper, had also heard the distant skirl of the pipes, and here he was at the door. "How are you, Hector?" he asked in Gaelic. "What is your news?" "There is not much news in Glengorm," was the answer. "And when is your wedding to be?" Mr. Murray said. "We will make a grand day of that, Hector. And I have been thinking I will get some of the lads to kindle a bonfire on the top of Ben Clebrig, a fire that they will see down in Rossshire. And there's many a pistol and many a gun will make a crack when you drive up to this door and bring your bride in, for I am one who believes in the old customs, and whether it is a wedding or the New Year or Hallowe'en night, I am for the old ways, and the Free Church ministers can say what they like. Now come away in, Hector, my lad, and take a dram after your long walk. There is plenty of hard work before you this evening, for Johnny has broken his fiddle, and the lasses have not been asked to dance up a reel for many a day." And then he paused and said, "And how is Flora Campbell, Hector? Have you any news of her?" "No," said the forester, in something of an undertone, and his face looked troubled. "I have had no letter for a while back, and I do not know what it means. Her sister that lives in Greenock has taken ill, and Flora said she must go down from Oban to see her, and that is the last I have heard. If I knew her sister's address in Greenock, I would write and ask Flora why there was no letter so long. But if you send a letter to one called Mary Campbell in such a big place as Greenock, what use is it?" "But no news is good news, Hector," said Mr. Murray cheerfully. And therewith he led the way through a stone corridor into the great kitchen, where a considerable assemblage of lads and lasses were engaged in noisy merriment and pastime. The arrival of the tall forester and his pipes were hailed with general satisfaction, but there was no call as yet for the inspiring music. In fact, this big kitchen was given over to the games of the children and the younger boys and girls, a barn having been prepared for supper, and for the celebration of occult Halloween rites, when the time came for their elders to take part in the festivities. At present there was a large tub filled with water placed in the middle of the floor, and there were apples in it, and the youngsters, with their hands behind their backs, were trying to snatch out an apple with their teeth. There was many a sousing of heads, of course, in excellent trial of temper, while sometimes a bolder wight than usual would pursue his prize to the bottom and try to fasten upon it there, or some shy young damsel would cunningly shove the apple over to the side of the tub, and succeed by mother wit where masculine courage had failed. Then from the roof, suspended by a cord, hung a horizontal piece of wood, at one end of which was an apple, at the other a lighted tallow candle, and when the cord had been twisted up and set free again, causing the transverse piece of wood to whirl around, the competitor was invited to snatch with his mouth at the apple, failing to do which secured him a rap on the cheek from the guttering candle. There were all sorts of similar diversions going forward, the origin and symbolism of them little dreamt of by these light-hearted lads and lasses, when little Isabel Murray came up to the big, handsome, good-natured looking forester from Glengorm. "Will you burn a nut with me, Hector?" she said kindly. "Indeed I will, Isabel, if you will take me for your sweetheart," said he in reply. "And now we will go to the fire, and see whether we are to be at peace and friendship all our lives. They went to the hearth. They put the 2 nuts among the blazing pates, and awaited the response of the oracle. Could any augury have been more auspicious? The 2 nuts lay together, burning steadily and quickly, a soft love flame, no angry sputtering, no sudden explosion and separation. "Now do you see that lamb of my heart?" said the tall forester, using a familiar Gaelic phrase. And no doubt the little lass was very highly pleased. However, at this moment up came Mrs. Murray, with the announcement that the children might continue at their games some time longer, but that the grown-up folk were wanted in the barn, where supper was waiting them. It was a joyous scene. The huge peat fire was blazing brightly. The impoverished chandelier was studded with candles. There were a couple of lamps on the long table, which were otherwise most sumptuously furnished, and when Hector McIntyre, in his capacity of piper, had played the people into the stirring strains of the Marchioness of Tweeddale's Delight, he put the pipes aside, and went and took the seat that had been reserved for him by the side of the fair-haired Nelly, who was very smartly dressed for this great occasion, as befitting the reigning beauty of the neighbourhood.
"You'll be sorry that Flora is not here tonight,"
said the fair-haired damsel, rather saucily, to her brown-bearded companion.
"And no one to take her place. I suppose there was no one in Sutherland good enough for you, Hector, that you must take up with the lass from Islay. And there is little need for you to dip your slave in the burn and hang it up to dry when you go to bed, so that the fire may show you your sweetheart, for well you know already who that is. Well, well, you will have no heart for the merry-making tonight, for a lad that has a sweetheart away in the south has no heart for anything."
"You'll just mind this, Nelly," said the forester, "not to carry your merry-making too far this night. Alister Ross," he continued, glancing down the table toward the huge, rough, red-bearded drover who was seated there, "is not the man to be made a fool of, and if that young fellow Semple does not take heed, he will find himself gripped by the waist some fine dark evening and flung into Loch Naver."
"Oh, you are like all the rest, Hector,"
said the coquettish Nelly, with some impatience.
"Every one of you is jealous of Johnny Semple, because he is neatly dressed, and has good manners, and is civil-spoken."
"What is he doing here at all?" said Hector, with a frown. "Is it a fine thing to see a young man idling about a place with his hands in his pockets, just because his uncle is the landlord? If he has learned his fine manners in the towns, why does he not earn his living in the towns? He is no use here."
"Oh, no," said Nelly, with a toss of her head. "Perhaps he's not much use on the hill. Perhaps he could not set traps and shoot hawks. But he knows all the new songs from the theatre, and he can dance more steps than anyone in Sutherland."
"Well, this is what I am telling you, Nelly," her companion said with some firmness. "I do not know what there is between you and Alister Ross. If there is anything, as people say, then do not make him an angry man. Let Semple alone. An honest lass should beware of a town dandy like that." Here this private little conversation was interrupted by Mr. Murray, who rose at the head of the table and called upon the company to fill their glasses. He wished to drink with them, as they did not seem loath. When Hector and his pretty companion found opportunity to resume their talk, he discovered that Nelly was in quite a different mood.
"Well, now it is a good thing, Hector, that everyone knows that you and Flora are to be married, for I can talk to you without Alister getting red in the face with rage. And when we go out to pull the cabbage stalks, will you go with me? I know the way into the garden better than you, and we can both go blindfold if you will take my hand."
"But what need is there for you to pull a cabbage stalk, lass?" said he. "Do you not know already what like your husband is to be?" Again the pretty Nelly tossed her head.
"Who can tell what is to happen in the world?"
"And maybe you would rather not pull a stalk that was tall and straight and strong. That would mean Alister," said the companion, glancing at her suspiciously. "Maybe you would rather find you had got hold of a withered old stump with a lot of earth at the root, a decrepit old man with plenty of money in the bank. Or maybe you are wishing for one that is slim and supple and not so tall, for one that might mean Johnny Semple."
"I am wishing to know who the man is to be, and that is all,"
said Nelly, with some affectation of being offended.
"And what harm can there be in doing what everyone else is doing?"
However, not all Nelly's blandishments and petulant coquetries could induce Hector McIntyre to take part in this appeal to the divinations of the Kailyard, for when, after supper, the lads and lasses went away blindfold to pull the cassock that was to reveal to them the figure and circumstances of their future spouse, the big forester remained to have a quick smoke with the married keepers and shepherds who had no interest in such matters. It was noticed that he was unusually grave, he who was ordinarily one of the lightest of the light-hearted. Naturally, they put it down to the fact that among all the merry-making and sweethearting and spying into the future of the young people, he alone had no companion, or rather not the companion whom he would have wished to have. For Flora, the young girl whom he was to marry, had left Invermoodal for the south in the preceding autumn, and when they had asked if Flora was quite well, and when he had answered, "Oh, yes," there was nothing further to be said. 2. Now, on All Hallows Eve, there is one form of incantation which is known to be extremely, nay, terribly potent when all others have failed. You go out by yourself, taking a handful of hemp seed with you. You get to a secluded place and begin to scatter the seed as you walk along the road. You say, "Hemp seed, I sow thee. Hemp seed, I sow thee. He who is to be my true love, appear now and show thee." And if you look furtively over your shoulder, you will behold the desired apparition following you. When Nelly came back from consulting the oracle of the Kailyard, it appeared that she had received what oracles generally vouchsafe, a doubtful answer. "What kind of custard did you pull, Nelly?" Hector asked of her. "Well," said she, "it is not much one way or the other. No, I cannot tell anything by it. But I am going out now to sow the hemp seed, Hector. I shall be far too frightened to look over my shoulder, and this is what I want you to do for me. You will stop at the door of the inn and hide yourself, and I will go up the road and sow the hemp seed, and if anything appears, you will see it. Will you do that, Hector? It is a clear night. You will be sure to see if there is anything." He did not seem in the mood for taking part in these superstitious observances, but he was good-natured, and eventually followed her to the door. The little walled garden in front of Invermoodal Inn is shaped like a horseshoe, the two ends of the semicircle touching the main highway at some distance apart. He saw Nelly go up toward the main road, and looked after her absently and without interest. Nay, he was so little thinking of his promised watch, that as she was some time over the sowing of the hemp seed, he left the shadow of the inn door and strolled away up the main road by the other fork of the semicircular drive. It was a beautiful, clear moonlit night. His thoughts were far away from the Halloween diversions. He was recalling other evenings long ago, when Clebrig as now seemed joining earth and heaven, and when there was no sound but the murmuring of the burns through the trackless heather. The highway up there was white before him. On the other side was a plantation of young firs, black as jet. Not even the cry of a startled bird broke this perfect stillness. The wide world of mountains and lochs and moor was plunged in sleep profound. All at once his pipe, that he happened to be holding in his hand, dropped to his feet. There before him in the white highway, and between him and the black belt of the firs, stood Flora Campbell, regarding him with eyes that said nothing, but only stared in a somewhat sad way, as it seemed. He was not paralyzed with terror at all. He had no time to ask himself what she was doing here, or how she had come here. Flora Campbell standing there in the road, and looking at him in silence. And then the horror came when suddenly he saw that the white highway was empty. He began to shake and shiver as if with extremity of cold. He did not move. He could not move. He knew what had happened to him now. Flora Campbell's wraith had appeared to him. But with what message? The steady gaze of her eyes had told him nothing. If they were anything, they were mournful. Perhaps it was a token of farewell. Perhaps it was an intimation of death. Hardly knowing what he did, and trembling in every limb, he advanced a step or two, so that he could command the whole length of the highway. There was no sign of any living thing there. He could not recall how it was she first appeared. He could not tell in what manner she had gone away. He only knew that for a few moments before Flora had been regarding him with steady plaintive eyes, and that now he was alone with this moonlit road and black plantation, and Clebrig rising far into the silent heavens. Then there arose in his heart a wild resolve that whatever this thing might portend, he must instantly make way for the south, to seek out Flora Campbell herself. She had something to say to him surely, though those mournful eyes conveyed no intelligible message. Nay, if she were dead, if this were but a mute farewell, must he not know? Dazed, bewildered, filled with terrible misgivings of he knew not what, he slowly went back to the inn. He had some vague instinct that he must ask Mr. Murray for the loan of a stick if he were to set out now to cross the leagues of wild and mountainous country that lie between Invermoodal and the sea. Mr. Murray, as it chanced, was at the door. "God's sakes, Hector, what is the matter with you?" he exclaimed in alarm, for there was a strange look in his face. "I have seen something this night," was the answer, spoken slowly and in an undertone. "Nonsense, nonsense," the innkeeper said. "The heads of the young people are filled with foolishness on Halloween, as every one knows. But you are not to be frightened by their stories." "It has naught to do with Halloween," said Hector, still with his eyes fixed on the ground, as if seeking to recall something. "Do you know what I have seen this night? I have seen the wraith of Flora Campbell. Aye, as clear as daylight." "I do not believe it, Hector," said Mr. Murray. "You have been hearing all those stories of the witches and fairies on Halloween until your own head has been turned." "Why, where did you see the wraith?" "Up there in the road, and as clear as daylight, for that is the truth. It was Flora herself," the tall forester made answer, not argumentatively, but as merely stating a fact that he knew. "And did she come forward to you, or did she go away from you?" Mr. Murray asked curiously. I am not sure," Hector said after a little hesitation. "No, I could not say. Perhaps I was not thinking of her. But all at once I saw her between me and the plantation in the middle of the road, and for a moment I was not frightened. I thought it was Flora herself. Then she was gone." "For you know what they say, Hector," Mr. Murray continued. "When a wraith appears, it is to tell you of a great danger, and if it comes forward to you, then the danger is over. But if it goes away from you, the person is dead." "Aye, aye, I've heard that too," Hector murmured, as if in sombre reverie. Then he looked up and said, "I am going away to the south." "Well, now, that is unfortunate, Hector," the good-natured innkeeper said to him, "for tomorrow the mail comes north, and you will have to wait till the next day for the mail going south, to take you to the Lairg to catch the train." "I will not wait for the mail," answered the forester, who indeed knew little about travelling by railway. "Tomorrow is Wednesday. It is the day the big steamer starts from Loch Inver. Perhaps I may be in time." "Loch Inver!" the other exclaimed. "And how are you going to get to Loch Inver from here, Hector?" "Across the forest," was the simple reply. "Across the Ray forest and down by Loch Assynt. That will be a fearful journey through the night." "I cannot rest here," Hector said. "You will make some excuse for me to the lads and lasses. I will leave my pipes. Long Murdoch will do very well with them. And I will thank you to lend me a stick, Mr. Murray, for it will be a rough walk before I have done." Mr. Murray did more than that. He got his wife to make up a little packet of food, to which he added a flask of whisky, and these he took out for the young man, along with a shepherd's staff of stout hazel. "Good-bye, Hector," said he. "I hope you will find all well in the south." "I do not know about that," the forester answered in an absent sort of fashion. "But I must go and see. There will be no peace of mind for me. There would not be one moment's peace for me, otherwise, for who knows what Flora wanted to say to me." 3. It was an arduous task he had set before him. For 9 men out of 10 it would have been an impossible one. But this young forester's limbs knew not what fatigue was, and in his heart there burned a longing that could not be assuaged. Nor in ordinary circumstances would the loneliness of this night journey have mattered to him, but his nerves had been unstrung by the strange thing that had happened, and now, as he followed the shepherd's track that led away into the higher moorlands south of the Moudal river, he was conscious of some mysterious influence surrounding him that was of far more immediate concern than the mere number of miles, some 40 or 50, he had to accomplish before noon of the next day. Those vast solitudes into which he was penetrating were apparently quite voiceless and lifeless, and yet he felt as if they knew of his presence and were regarding him. A white stone on a dark heather-covered knoll would suddenly look like a human face, or again he would be startled by the moonlight shining on a small turn set among the black peat hogs. There was no moaning of the wind, but there was a distant murmuring of water. The rills were whispering to each other in the silence. As for the mountains, those lone sentinels, Ben Loyal and Ben Hope and Ben He, they also appeared to be looking down upon the desolate plain. But he did not heed them. They were too far away. It was the objects near him that seemed to know he was here, and to take sudden shapes as he went by. Soon he was without even a shepherd's track to guide him. But he knew the lay of the land, and he held on in a line that would avoid the lochs, the deeper burns, and the steep heights of Mial and Amer. The moonlight was of great help. Indeed, at this period of his long through-the-night tramp, he was chiefly engaged in trying to recall how it was he first became sensible that Flora Campbell's wraith appeared before him. He saw again, surely he would never forget to his dying day, the most insignificant feature of the scene, the stone wall of the garden, the white road, the wire fence of the other side, and the black plantation of spruce and pine. What had he been thinking about? Not about Nellie. She was some distance in another direction, busy with her charms and incantations. No, he could not tell. The sudden apparition had startled him out of all memory. But what he was most anxious to convince himself was that the phantom had come toward him, rather than gone away from him ere it disappeared. Mr. Murray's words had sunk deep, though he himself had been aware of the familiar superstition. But now all his endeavours to summon up an accurate recollection of what had taken place were of no avail. He knew not how he first became conscious that the wraith was there, Flora Campbell herself, as it seemed to him, nor how it was he suddenly found himself alone again. He had been terrified out of his senses. He had no power of observation left. This phantasm that looked so like a human being, that regarded him with pathetic eyes, that had some mysterious message to communicate, and yet was silent, had vanished as it had appeared. He could not tell how. The hours went by. The moon was sinking toward the western hills, and still he toiled on through his pathless waste, sometimes getting into treacherous swamps, again having to ford burns swollen by the recent rains. He was soaked through to the waist, but little he heeded that. His thoughts were of his steamer that was to leave Lochinver the next day. With the moon going down, darkness was slowly resuming her reign, and it became more difficult to make out the landmarks. But, at all events, the heavens remained clear, and he had the guidance of the stars. And still steadily and patiently and manfully he held on, getting across the streams that fed Loch Fiodag without much serious trouble, until eventually he struck the highway running southward from Loch Lin, and knew that so far at least he was in the right direction. Leaving the Corrie-Kinloch road again, he had once more to plunge into the trackless wilderness of rock and swamp and moorland, and the further he went through the black night, the less familiar was he with the country, for he had a general knowledge, and what matters half a dozen miles one way or the other. If only the dawn could show him Ben More on his left, and always before him the silver-grey waters of Loch Assynt. He was less conscious now of the sinister influences of these lonely solitudes. His nervous apprehensions had given way before this dogged resolve to get out of the western shores in time to catch the steamer. All his attention was given to determining his course by the vague outlines of the higher hills. A wind had arisen, a cold, raw wind it was, but he cared nothing for that, unless indeed it should bring a smour of rain and obliterate the landmarks altogether. How anxiously he prayed for the dawn! If this wind were to bring driving mists of rain, blotting out both earth and heaven, and limiting his visions to the space of moorland immediately surrounding him, where would be his guidance then? He could not grope his way along the slopes that lie beneath Loch Manscarrir, nor yet across the streams that fall into Loch Fionn. So all the more resolutely he held on, while as yet he could make out something of the land dark against the tremulous stars. Again and again he turned his head and scanned the east with a curious mingling of impatience and hope and longing, and at last, to his unspeakable joy, he was able to convince himself that the horizon there was giving up faint signs of the coming dawn. He went forward with a new confidence, with a lighter step. The horror of these awful solitudes would disappear with the declaring day. Surely, when the world had grown white again, he would behold before him not this terrible black loneliness of mountains and mere, but the pleasant abodes of men and trees in the western ocean, and the red funnel steamer with its welcome smoke. The grey light in the east increased. He began to make out the features of the ground near him. He could tell a patch of heather from a deep hole, and could choose his way. The world seemed to broaden out. Everything, it is true, was as yet wan and spectral and ill-defined, but the silence was no longer awful. He had no further fear of the mists coming along to isolate him in the dark. By slow degrees, under the widening light of the sky, the various features of this wild country began to take more definite shape. Down there in the south lay the mighty mass of Ben More. On his right rose the sterile altitudes of Ben Uid, and at last, and quite suddenly, he came in view of the ruffled silvery surface of Loch Assynt, and the cottages of Incoadamph, and the grey ruins of the Ardrock castle on the promontory jutting out into the lake. The worst of the sore fight with solitude and the night was over. He gained the road, and his long swinging stride now stood him in good stead. Loch Assynt was soon left behind. He followed the windings of the river Inver. Finally he came in sight of the scattered little hamlet facing the western sea, with its bridge and its church and its pleasant woods and slopes, looking all so cheerful and homelike. And there also was the red funnel Klausmann that was to carry him away to the south. 4. That long and difficult struggle to get out to the western coast in time had so far demanded all his energy and attention, but now, in enforced idleness, as the heavy steamer ploughed her way through the blue waters of the Mink, his mind could go back upon what had happened the preceding night, and could also look forward with all sorts of dark and indefinite forebodings. He began to recall his first association with Flora Campbell, when she came to Ochnaver Lodge to help the old housekeeper there. He remembered how neat and trim she looked when she walked into the Stratey Free Church of a Sunday morning, and how shy she was when he got to know her well enough to talk a little with her when they met in their native tongue. Their courtship and engagement had the entire approval of Flora's master and mistress, for the old housekeeper at the lodge was now past work, and they proposed to install Hector's wife in her place and give her a permanent situation. The wedding was to be in February or March. In April the young wife was to move into the lodge to get it ready for the gentlemen coming up for the salmon fishing. When the fishing and shooting of the year was over, Flora could return to her husband's cottage and merely look in at the lodge from time to time to light a fire or two and keep the place aired. Meanwhile, for this present winter, she had taken a situation in Oban. She was a West Highland girl, and had remained there until summoned away to Greenock by the serious illness of her sister. Such was the situation. But who could tell now what was to become of all those fair prospects and plans? Was it to bid a last farewell to them and to him that the young Highland girl had appeared, saying good-bye with such mournful eyes? The small parlour in his cottage, was she never to see the little adornments he had placed there, all for her sake? Well then, if what he feared had come true, no other woman should enter and take possession. There were dreams of Canada, of Cape Colony, of Australia in his brain, as he sat there with bent brow and heavy heart, taking hardly any heed of the new shores they were now nearing. This anguish of brooding became at length insupportable. In despair he went to the stevedore, and said he would be glad to lend a hand with a cargo as soon as the steamer was alongside the quay in Stornoway harbour. And right hard he worked too, hour after hour, feeding the steam crane that was swinging crates and boxes over and down into the hold. The time passed more easily in this fashion. His chum was a good-natured young fellow who seemed rather proud of his voice. At times he sang snatches of Gaelic songs, Mairi Pin, Meol, Siuliach, Mary of the Bewitching Eyes, or Ait in Kaidil and Ribbin, Where Sleepest Thou, Dear Maiden? They were familiar songs, but there was one still more familiar that woke strange echoes in his heart. For Flora Campbell was a West Country girl, and of course her favourite was the well-known Fierabata. I climbed the mountains and scanned the ocean, for thee, my boatman, with fond devotion. When shall I see thee? Today, tomorrow? Oh, do not leave me in lonely sorrow. O my boatman, ma horo ailia. O my boatman, na horo ailia. O my boatman, na horo ailia. O my boatman, na horo ailia. 100 farewells to you, wherever you may be going. That is how it begins in the English, but it was the Gaelic phrases that haunted his brain, and brought him remembrance of Flora's crooning voice, and of a certain autumn evening, when he and she and some others went all the way down Loch Naver to Invermoodal, Flora and he sitting together in the stern of the boat, and all of them singing the Fierabata. The clansmen left Stornoway that same night, groaning and thundering through the darkness on a way to Skye. Hector did not go below into the forecabin. He remained on deck, watching the solitary ray of some distant lighthouse, or perhaps turning his gaze upon the great throbbing vault overhead, where Cassiopeia sat, throned upon her silver chair. More than once an aerolite shot swiftly across the clear heavens, leaving a faint radiance for a second or so in its wake, but he took no heed of these portents now. In other circumstances they might mean something, but now a more direct summons had come to him from the unknown world. The message had been delivered, though he had been unable to understand it, and he knew that what was to happen had now happened in that far town of Greenock. And all the slow hours went by, his impatience and longing increasing almost to despair. The dark loom of land in the south appeared to come no nearer. The monotonous throbbing of the screw seemed as if it were to go on forever, and as yet there was no sign of the dawn. But the new day, which promised to be quite insupportable in its tedium and in its fears, in reality brought him some distraction, and that was welcome enough. At Portree there came on board a middle-aged man of rather mean aspect, with broken nose, long upper lip, and curiously set small grey eyes. He carried a big bag, which apparently held all his belongings, and that he threw on to the luggage on the forward deck. "Where's this going to?" called the stevedore. "Sure, 'tis bound for the same place as myself," said the newcomer facetiously. "And that's Philadelphia, begob." "We don't call there," retorted the stevedore dryly. "And you'd better stick to your bundle if you want to see it at Greenock." And very soon it became apparent that the advent of this excited and voluble Irishman had brought new life into the steerage portion of the ship. He had had a glass or two of whisky. He talked to everybody within hearing about himself, his plans, his former experiences of the United States, and when gravelled for lack of matter, he would fall back on one invariable refrain: "Oh, begob, the Americans are the boys." And in especial were his confidences bestowed on Hector McIntyre, the shy and reserved Highlander, listening passively and without protest to Parry's wild asseverations. "Oh, the Americans are the devils, and no mistake," he exclaimed. "But let me tell you this, sir, that there's one there's cleverer than them, and that's the Irish boy, begob. Sure, they talk about the German vote. Blather shine. 'Tis the Irish vote, sir, that's the master, and we've got the newspapers. And where would the Republicans or the Democrats be without us? Tell me that have ye place. In this old country the Irishman is a slave. In America he's the master, and every mother's son of them knows it. Begob, sir, that's the place for a man. This old country isn't fit for a pig to live in. America's the place. You might bet your life on it, sir." And suddenly it occurred to Hector that he might gain some information even from this blathering fool. His thoughts had been running much on emigration during those lonely hours he had passed. If what he dreaded had really taken place, he would return no more to the lone moorlands and hills and lakes of Sutherlandshire. He would put the wide Atlantic between himself and certain memories. For him it would be Soraid Slan, Litier Mo Graid, a long farewell to Finnery. But at present the Irishman would not be questioned. The outflowing of his eloquence was not to be stopped. He was now dealing with the various classes and various institutions of Great Britain, on each of which he bestowed the same epithet, that of bloody. The government, the newspaper editors, the House of Lords, the House of Commons, the clergy, the judges, the employers of labour, all were of the same ensanguined hue, and all were equally doomed to perdition as soon as Ireland had taken up a proper and inevitable position in America. Moreover, the tall and silent Highlander, as he sat and gazed upon the frothing creature, as if he were some strange phenomenon, some incomprehensible freak of nature, could not but see that the man was perfectly in earnest. "Look what they did to John Mitchell. Look at that now, John Mitchell." Hector had unfortunately never heard of John Mitchell, so he could not say anything. "Dying by the roadside, John Mitchell, to be left to die by the roadside. Think of that now. What do you say to that now? John Mitchell being left to die by the roadside." There were sudden tears in the deep sunken grey eyes, and the Irishman made no concealment as he wiped them away with his red cotton handkerchief. "Well, I'm very sorry," Hector McIntyre replied in answer to this appeal, whoever he was. "But what could they have done for the poor man?" "They could have given him a place," the other retorted with a sudden blaze of anger. "All that John Mitchell wanted was a place. But they, ensanguined, government, would they do it? No, sir. They let him die by the roadside. John Mitchell, to die by the roadside." "Well, I am thinking," said the forester slowly, as was his way when he had to talk in English, "that if the government was to give places to all them that would like a place, why the whole country would be in the public service, and there would be no one left to till the land. And do they give you a place when you go to America?" Be gobbed, sir," said the Irishman with a shrewd twinkle in his eye. "We get our share." Hector could not make out whether his new acquaintance had been to Portree to say good-bye to some friends before he crossed the Atlantic, or whether he had been engaged in the crofter agitation which was then attracting attention in Skye. On this latter subject Parry discoursed with a vehement volubility and a gay and audacious ignorance. but here Hector was on his own ground, and had to interfere. "I am thinking you will not be knowing much about it," he observed with a calm frankness. "The great Highland clearances, they were not made for deer at all. They were not made for sportsmen at all. They were made for sheep, as many a landlord knows to cost this day, when he has the sheep farms on his lands and cannot get them let. And the deer forests, they are the worst land in a country where the best land is poor, and if they were to be cut up into crofts tomorrow, there is not one crofter in 20 would be able to earn his living, even if he was to get the croft for no rent at all. Oh yes, I am as sorry as anyone for the poor people when they increase in their families on such poor land. But what would be the use of giving them more peat hogs and rocks? Can a man live where neither deer nor sheep nor black cattle can live? And even the deer come down in the winter and go wandering for miles in search of a blade of bent grass. However, the Irishman could not accept these representations in any wise. He suspected this grave brown-bearded Highlander of being an accomplice and hireling of the ensanguined landlords, and he might have gone on to denounce him, or even to provoke an appeal to fisticuffs, which would have been manifestly imprudent, had it not suddenly occurred to him that they might go down below and have a glass of whisky together. Hector saw him disappear into the fore-cabin by himself, and was perhaps glad to be left alone. Steadily the great steamer clove her way upward by the islands of Raasay and Scalpa, through the narrows of Kyle Acane and Kyle Rhea, past the lighthouse and opening to Isle Orsney, and down toward the wooded shores of Armadale. The day was fair and still. The sea was of an almost summer-like blue, save for long swaths of silver calm. The sun shone on the lower green slopes that seemed so strangely voiceless, and on the higher peaks and shoulders of the hills, where every corrie and watercourse was a thread of azure among the ethereal rose-greys of the far-reaching summits. Even the wild Ardnamurchan, the headland of the great waves, had not a flake of cloud clinging to its beetle cliffs, and the long smooth roll that came in from the outer ocean was almost imperceptible. Toward evening the clansmen sailed into Oban Bay. The world seemed all on fire, so far as sea and sky were concerned, but Carrera lay in shadow, a cold and livid green, while between the crimson water and crimson heavens stood the distant mountains of Mole, and they had grown to be of a pale, clear, transparent rose-purple, so that they seemed a mere film thinner than any isinglass. 5. There was abundance of time for him to go ashore and make inquiries, but nothing had been heard of Flora Campbell since she had left. However, he managed to get the address of her sister, Mary Campbell, and with that in his possession he returned on board. Thereafter the monotonous voyage was resumed, away down by the long peninsula of Kentire, and round the Mole up again through the estuary of the Clyde, until at 4 o'clock on the Friday afternoon the clansmen drew into Greenock Quay, and Hector McIntyre knew that within a few minutes he would learn what fate had in store for him for good or irretrievable ill. He found his way to the address that had been given him, a temperance hotel at which Mary Campbell was head laundry maid. But Mary Campbell was no longer there. She had been removed when she was taken ill, and as she would not go into a hospital, according to familiar prejudice amongst many of her class, lodgings had been found for her. Thither Hector went forthwith, to a slummy little by-street, where after many enquiries he found the land and the clothes that he sought. He ascended the grimy and dusky stone stairs. When he had nearly reached the top floor, he was met by a stout elderly man who had just shut a door behind him. "Is there one Mary Campbell living here?" he made bold to ask in English. "Aye, that there is," said the stranger, fixing keen eyes on him. "Are you come for news of her? I am the doctor." "Yes, yes," Hector said, but could say no more. His heart was beating like to choke him. He fixed his eyes on the doctor's face. "Ye'll be one of her Highland cousins, eh? Ye dinna look like a town-bred lad," said the brusque and burly doctor, with a sort of facetious good humour. Well, Mary is getting on right enough. You might as well go in and cheer her up a bit. The twa lasses dinna seem to have many friends." But Flora," said the forester, with his hungry, haggard eyes still watching every expression of the doctor's face. "The other one? Indeed, she has had the fever worse than her sister. I wasna sure one night but that she would go." McIntyre seemed to hear no more. Flora was alive, was within a few yards of him, He stood there quite dazed. His eyes were averted. He was breathing heavily. The doctor looked at him for a moment or two. "Maybe it's the sister you're anxious about," said he bluntly. "Well, she's no out of the wood yet, but she has a fair chance. What, man, what's the matter with ye? It's not such ill news." "No, no, it's very good news," Hector said in an undertone as if to himself. "I was fearing something. Can I see the lass? I was not hearing from her for a while." But he could not explain what had brought him hither. He instinctively knew that this south countryman would laugh at his Highland superstition, would say that his head had been stuffed full of Halloween nonsense, or that at most what he had imagined he had seen, and the fact that Flora Campbell had fallen seriously ill formed but a mere coincidence. "Oh yes, you can see her," the doctor said with rough good nature, "but I'll just go in beforehand to give her a bit of warning. You can talk to her sister for a minute or two. She's sitting up now, and soon she'll have to begin and nurse her sister, as her sister did her until she took the fever. Come away, lad. What's your name, did you say?" "Hector McIntyre. Flora will know very well where I am from." The doctor knocked at the door, which was presently opened by a young girl, and while he left Hector to talk to the elder sister, who was lying propped up on a rude couch in a rather shabby little apartment, he himself went into an inner room. When he came out, he again looked at Hector curiously. "Now I understand why you were so anxious," said he with a familiar smile. "How came ye to hear she was ill? She says she did not want ye to ken anything about it until she was on the high road to getting better." Hector did not answer him. He only looked toward the door that had been partially left open. "Go in, then," said the doctor, "and dinna stay over long, my lad, for she has little strength to waste in talking as yet." Timidly, like a schoolboy, this big strong man entered the sick room, and it was gently and on tiptoe, lest his heavily nailed boots should make any noise, that he went forward to the bedside. Flora lay there, pale and emaciated, but there was a smile of surprise and a welcome in the dark blue Highland eyes, and she tried to lift her wasted hand to meet his. What they had to say to each other was said in the Gaelic tongue. "It is sorry I am to say you like this," said he, sitting down and keeping her hand in his own, "but the doctor says you are now in a fair way to get better, and it is not from this town I am going until I take you with me, Flora, girl of my heart. The Sutherland air will be better for you than the Greenock air, and your sister Mary will come with you for a while, and both of you will take my little cottage, and Mrs. Matheson will give me a bed at Auchnavel Lodge. I am sure Mr. Lennox would not object to that."
"But Hector, how did he know that I was ill?"
the sick girl said, and her eyes did not leave his eyes for a moment.
"I was not wishing you to know I was ill, to give you trouble, till I could write to you that I was better."
"How did I know?" he answered gravely. "It was you yourself who came to tell me."
"What is it that you say, Hector?"
she said, in some vague alarm. "On Halloween night," he continued, in the same serious, simple tones, "I was at Invermoodal. Perhaps I was not caring much for the diversions of the lads and lasses. I walked up the road by myself, and there your wraith appeared to me as clear as I see you now. When I went back and told Mr. Murray, he said, 'Did she come forward to you, Hector, or did she go away? She is in great danger. It is a warning, and if she went away from you, you will see her no more. But if she came forward, she is getting better. You will see Flora again.' I knew that myself, but I could not answer him, and my heart said to me that I must find out for myself, that I must go to seek you, and I set out that night and walked across the Ray forest to Loch Inver, and caught the steamer there. What I have been thinking since I left Loch Inver until this hour, I cannot tell you or to any one living."
"Hector,"
she asked,
"what night was Halloween night? I have not been thinking of such things."
"It was the night of Tuesday," he answered.
"And that,"
she said in a low voice,
"was the night that my fever took the turn.
Mary told me they did not expect me to be alive in the morning." "We will never speak of it again, Flora," said he, "for there are things that we do not understand." And then he added, "But now that I am in Greenock, it is in Greenock I mean to remain until I can take you away with me, and Mary too, for Sutherland air is better than Greenock air for a Highland lass. And sure I am that Mr. Lennox will not grudge me having a bed at Auchnavel Lodge, and you will get familiar with the cottage, Flora, where I hope you will soon be mistress,
And then there will be no more occasion for a great distance between you and me, or for the strange things that sometimes happen when people are separated the one from the other. End of The Halloween Wraith by William Black. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.